And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, and a Merry Christmas, soon to be a Happy New Year's here for a very special edition of ESL Open Cup Asia. I do apologize for the delayed start. It looked like we did have some issues coming into this, but the bracket is live, the lobby is ready, and we are diving into our first series of this weekly EPT tournament. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Hardled, we have the Chinese Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Team Platinum Heroes. It is Firefly. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Terran player, I believe currently teamless. It is Defi. Boy, here we go. And again, I do apologize for the delays. We were missing an admin. We were missing an admin for a time, but we have our lovely admin here. We have a live bracket. We are good to go. It's amazing. It is beautiful. It is beautiful. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe this is not the first time that we've been casting Defi. I mean, wait, hold on. Did Defi win the 2v2 tournament in like 2019? I need to check this. I need to check this actually. So yeah, Defi is a bit of a blast from the past. I'm quickly gonna be looking this up because it has been some time. But 2v2 was there was like a Latin American 2v2 event that we covered a long time ago. A long time ago. I think it was the LATAM 2v2 event that Super Extra hosted. Am I crazy? This was back in the day. Yeah, I'll have to look into it. But regardless, it's great to be back here. Great to have returned after a little bit of a day off. Yesterday we weren't live. Did mention it before. We weren't live yesterday, but it's all a good way. We're live here today, and that is what matters. Also, a big shout out to Asher. Chris. Big shout out to Asher, bro, in the chat as well for resubscribing for 20 to almost 2 years, Papi. It's been almost 2 years. Also, sorry, I confused Defi with Deadkey. My apologies, my apologies. Deadkey was the player from the 2v2 Latin American tournament. Okay, so my apologies. But yeah, 22 months. It's been so long. Oh. Who's excited to eat? Oh my god. I need to reply to that comment. Oh my god. But yeah, it is good to be back here. We did take a day off yesterday from casting, but only a single day for Christmas Eve. Now we are back for Christmas Day, and so far we're getting into openers. We do have a Twilight Council opener out of Firefly. Nothing too crazy, just a Gate Expand or Gate Cyber Expand into that Twilight Council should be for Blink. Meanwhile, Defi across the map going for a 1-1-1 on one base. My apologies. I was just searching up the name of this player, and I was just trying to see if I'd recognized them before. But this is basically a one base all in. We could even invest into, I was gonna say an armory, but we're still a ways away from that. As show us what you got. We start working on additional tech. The wind mine drop soon to be sent across the map. Very dedicated here from Defi to commit this much here to the mine drop, and there it is. There is that armory on the way. So very committed because of the armory. Of course, detection is going to be required to deal with these wind mines, and we'll see if we have detection in time. Thankfully, as the Reaper goes down, as Firefly is going for his opener, Robo's on the way. Robo is on the way, which means... Oh, sorry. Over here. Robo is on the way, which means we will have access to an Observer, which means this will not end the game. This could deal a lot of damage. This could maybe get a second shot off, like you have the Widowmine's first shot, then a second shot after that. But the Observer should be being chronoed out as we speak, and... actually, we're going to be going for the Prism initially here. Here comes the mine drop. Straight into the main base, and do we react in time? We do pull away. Oh, we're bundling in. Mine shot gets wasted on the gas geyser. Meanwhile, we do retarget, but alas, only one probe goes down. We have one more shot to go off, and it looks like it will go off in the natural. Oh, but again, good reaction at Firefly. 2 probes to 3 mine shots. Observer is being chronoed out, and it's going to be close, but can we get one more shot? Oh god, we're seconds away. Un poquito más. Ah. And it looks like we barely will get a shot off as well in the middle line. Oh, Show us. Ooh, big connection. 9 probes. 9 workers do go down. Pretty big shot here in the main base. Not too bad. Do we get a second shot? Up. Up. We do. Ooh, just 14. 14 probes go down in the natural. How many in total? 15 in total. Pretty good. Pretty damn good start here for Defi. Behind this, it's a 1 base all-in. We're going for a Thor drop. Hi, let's go. Merry Christmas, everyone. Merry Christmas. Here we go. The drop is going to be coming in. We have Liberators as well. Defi, look at the snowball out of control. Does take down one of those adepts, so we can keep on pushing. Blink is done, by the way, so Firefly has micro potential, but again, that was a big blow to his economy. That is going to impact how many warpins he does have available, but he's catching reinforcements. He's catching some units here as they move out from the main base. At the same time, Defi's committing to his attack here. We have, what, 5, 6, 7 Stalkers to defend. We have the Prism for juggling as well. 1 tank goes down. The boys are being pulled. We're losing so many workers in the main base. Again, we are completely all in. It's all or nothing for Defi. Oh, already 1 lib. Another Liberator goes down as well. We're losing a little bit too much. The move command is real. Oh my god. The move command is very real, but here we go. Now we can turn around. We can attack. We're taking down a lot of these Stalkers, but the Marines are being shaved off one after the other. Overcharge, putting in a lot of work, and Firefly is going to be able to hold on. Should be able to hold on. Takes down the medevac. The Thor is still standing strong. We're running out of steam. Meanwhile, across the map, we defend. We clean it up. We clean up all the Stalkers. Let's go. But we get another warp in again. We're down to only the Thor here as well. This was pretty close when it came to breaking through. The shield battery overcharge did run out, but alas, Defi is bleeding out far too much. GG gets called, and Firefly will take game number 1. GG. Oh my god. I was not expecting that. What a way to start the event. What a way to start the tournament. GG, Firefly does take the first game, but that was some fire out of Defi, papi. Mate, the mine shots were popping off. They were insane. And the follow-up all-in, the one-base all-in, I could see that working. Like, there was obviously, the execution was a little bit lacking. I won't sugarcoat it too much, but it was lacking a little bit there when it came to the control, when it came to the micro. Imagine a world where we could actually send some reinforcements across the map, where the tank and the rest of the units could arrive as well. And if we had some stutter stepping, if only, there was a lot of potential there for Defi. Oh my god, that was that was wild. Oh my god. That was crazy, and here we go. We're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the Chinese Protoss player leading the series 1-0, but that was not the easiest of games. Oh, representing the Platinum Heroes, it is Firefly. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Terran. I believe from the land of Colombia, papi. It is Defi. Oh boy. Here we go. And again, I do want to believe that a big part of that defense from Firefly was his ability to counterattack, of course. To counterattack, to catch reinforcements, to get the tanks, of course, and to shave off all those SCVs. Well, Firefly was able to slow down that all-in to really stifle it and eventually survive. But now my eyes are on Defi once again. You know, now I've been introduced to our lovely player here, and what do we have to offer? Game 1 was a 1-base all-in. Do we go for another 1-base all-in? Do we go for a proxy? There is an SCV across the map. We're looking for an eBay block here, and there it is. The eBay is thrown down, forcing an unnatural natural, or trying to force the unnatural natural here out of Firefly. Again, he's a little bit late to check that that expansion, so Defi from here could go racks into factory, into Cyclone production. We could see Defi pop off. I'm here for it. I am here for it. There it is. The eBay has been thrown down. SCV going to be delaying that expansion. We have that Zealot on the way. It looks like Firefly is going to be delaying his expansion here. He is fully recognized that, especially on Oceanborn, you are so exposed. You're so exposed if you try to expand either here at the triangular or the linear base location. So Firefly is gonna just, you know, accept his fate here and go for a delayed expansion. Will focus down the eBay. It does mean that the natural base is going to be very late for Firefly, that is true, but it will be secure, and that's what matters. We'd rather take a late expansion than an exposed expansion, because, I mean, we could very easily die here if we are split between our bases. Meanwhile, there's that factory before CC. Again, it was a single gas opener, true, but this has been a very common opener here in TVP as of late. It has been very trendy to go for the reactor, the add-on swap into Cyclones and Hellions. This is not a one base all-in, we are expanding. Here we go. There it is. We do go for the add-on swap here. There are the Cyclones on the way. We should be seeing Cyclones in conjunction with some Hellions as well. Again, definitely going to be applying a lot of pressure. Meanwhile, Firefly, I'm loving the SimCity here. We are working on that wall. We have the gateway on the way, additional gateways I'm sure as well. Trying to make sure that even if we did invest into Hellions, they would not be able to bust into that natural. So the game is going to be settling from here. Once again, 2 games in a row. It's going to be a Twilight Council opener. Should be a Blink-based opener here from Firefly. Nothing too crazy. Should be, again, we're going to get into something quite standard. Yo, as we get into some big, a big shout out to Dally Kara. Thank you so much, Dally. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's been a long time coming. We appreciate the support. Merry Christmas. 67 months, Dally. It's been 67 months. It's been so long. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Always appreciate it. Dally, of course, one of the CranKy Ducklings. Not an OG CranKy Duckling, but been with us for a very long time. Very long time. Many years at this point. Remember back in the day when we used to even do customs together and practice StarCraft and compete in team leagues as well. Good times, good times. Hope you're enjoying the holidays. Merry Christmas as well. Merry Christmas. As the Cyclones have rocked up, they're going to be dishing out quite a lot of damage here to these initial units, but so far good control out of Firefly. We do pull back, keeping the Zealot and the Stalker alive. Oh my god. Firefly. Very nicely done here. Very nice control. Meanwhile, across the map, we are getting into a 3-1 setup here. This can lead into a 2-base all-in, a very delayed starport, delayed third TC. We're going to be building up here, hitting a timing with Stim and Combat Shields. Meanwhile, one Cyclone does get picked off. We do see Firefly knocking on the front door here of Defi. Good tank shot takes out one of those Stalkers, and Firefly is going to have to respect this position a little bit more here. One Cyclone did barely survive, and there it is. There's that Stim on the way. Now, this doesn't have to be a 2-base all-in, but we have seen it lead into a boy pool many times. And based on what happened in Game 1, I'm pretty sure Defi is not afraid to pull the boys. In fact, he likes it, Bob. He likes it. I assume that to be the case anyways. For now, we're just building up. This can, of course, just lead into a starport and into a delayed third TC. Don't get me wrong. Can lead in that direction. We'll see what kind of direction Defi wants to take us in. Meanwhile, across the map, Firefly taking a third base. Again, it was I believe a 2-gate blink. Yes, 2-gate blink opener into a third base, and now we get the gateway explosion. 6 gateways on the way, 8 gateways in total. We're going to be hitting a big power spike here off of 3 bases. Firefly just kind of getting into the mid-game here. A very economic opener overall. Was a delayed natural base, sure, but outside of that, has been having a pretty comfortable time here. Is just containing his opponent, has the Stalkers outside the natural. We have the Zealot here at the third base location as well, just making sure that if Defi were to move out, Firefly would be aware of it. Speaking of, has Firefly seen too much? We saw everything. We had the Hallucination Scout earlier with that Sentry, and we did confirm the 3 Raxes. We confirmed the delayed Starport as well. Tank getting quite a bit of damage done here on these Stalkers, but again, nothing too major as Firefly is going to be backing off. Meanwhile, big shout out to Magnath in the chat. Did actually mention... Oh, my apologies, Lithuania. Did mention that Defi is on the Platinum Heroes. I wasn't aware of that. Was not aware that Defi was on the Platinum Heroes, so I do appreciate the additional information. Again, earlier I was confusing Defi with Deadkey. So my apologies, my apologies. But yeah, from here, Starport is on the way. There's that third CC as well, so we are not going for an all-in, but this is still a committed push. And we're pulling a couple of boys here for some bunkers, for repairs as well. Very committed attack here from Defi. Meanwhile, Firefly looking to meet this in the center of the map. Does come across the army. Zealots from behind. Charge is done. Some nice force fields as well, slowing down the army, shaving off a couple of Marines, and Zealots, they go for a big counterattack. They do not go for the surround, they go for the natural base. Ooh, SCVs are forced off the mineral line, forced into the main base. Meanwhile, force field's not quite thrown down in time. The Marines, they do stem on forward, but we're fighting out of range of the tanks. No. With that, Marines, they're falling left and right. Good buffering here from the Zealots. The Stalkers dishing out a lot of damage behind this, and the Zealots, they have taken control of the natural base. Depots are falling. Defi heavily supply blocked here as we're forced to evacuate, forced to lift up and land in the main. And Defi is committed. We have a lot of work to do. The tanks have survived, true, but we don't really have too many Marines and too many Marauders left over. +1 attack is on the way. We do have the overcharge trying to keep everything alive as well. Firefly going for another big warp, and now we're looking at collapse in the army. Here comes a surround. The Zealots, they came back from the natural base. We get a full surround. GG gets called, and Firefly will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Firefly will take it here, but that was an entertaining series. That's what's important to me. An entertaining series here between our players. Congratulations to Firefly. A big shout out to Defi, especially game 1. There's a world out there where maybe he's able to take game 1 as well, if we're able to like refine it a little bit more, especially when it comes to the execution of the one base all in. That was spicy. That was a spicy game. Here in game 2, Firefly a little bit more in control. Was able to very cleanly handle that situation, very cleanly handle the 2-base push and punish it and shut it down. Very nicely done. Very nicely done here by Firefly. And a shout out to Defi, of course. As we're being let know as well that Defi isn't just on the Platinum Heroes, also from Lithuania. Gracias, papi, gracias. Do appreciate it. And with that, Firefly is going to be advancing on into the next series. As we do quickly announce the results here. To quickly announce the results of Firefly, he has his next opponent ready and waiting, and this is the big reason why we wanted to follow this series. It is going to be Firefly versus Hero up next. Oh my god. That is what I am here for. I just need to mess some players. And make sure we don't get left behind as we set up for our next best of 3. Oh, beautiful. Speaking of, I believe exclamation mark be in the chat to have a look at the bracket yourselves here as we quickly switch our scenes over and set that up so we can kind of go over the bracket, go over some of the results, and figure out where we want to be going as well. Meanwhile, just catching up with the chat. Long time no see. Yo, again, the nostalgia. Don't want to bring too much attention to it, of course, but I'm sure Dali is familiar with Terran Lord. Terran Lord recently came back as well. Recently came back to StarCraft. Started popping up in the chat, and always a welcome sight to see. Always a welcome sight. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Big shout out to Terran Lord. Let's go. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, everyone. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. Happy holidays. As we kind of quickly go over the bracket here, we do have from the top again. From the very top, we have Dark up against Balance here in the round of 16. I believe we just got an update. Dark did 2-0 Balance in the first round, and he's waiting for the winner of Miyamika and Jeshi. Now, if you're familiar with the channel, you may be wondering, hold up, why didn't you cover Miyamika and Jeshi? Like that looks like a CranKy Ducklings series, and I would say true, very true. Unfortunately, Miyamika is nowhere to be found. Miyamika is MIA, and if he was here, 100%, our first series would have been Mio versus Jeshi, but again, Miyamika is not available at the moment. I believe once the walkover timer has exceeded, I believe there is going to be a walkover in favor of Jeshi, so unfortunately, that is not a series that did occur. Otherwise, I would have been on that. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have Cyan versus Gemini. Shout out to GGE Mini. I believe Gemini is streaming his POV in that PvP. Winner of that goes up against ESOS and Showtime. More PvPs going on there in the upper quarterfinals. But a really good kind of potential semifinals. Like Dark, Jeshi, Cyan, Showtime, and maybe upset potential in PvPs. Like, it's all going to lead into a beautiful semifinals, I'm sure. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have our own matches here. We have, again, Hero versus Firefly in the quarterfinals. Likewise, we have Nightmare versus Reaper. That was another series I was looking at. but I believe Steadfast jumped on Nightmare versus Reaper, so that series was casted over on Steadfast's channel. We only have 2 casters covering this tournament, ourselves and Steadfast, so I tried to stay apart and tried to stay split up here from Steadfast so we can just each cover our own series. Otherwise, Nightmare vs. Reaper would have been another one of my big picks, but here we go. This is what I have been waiting for. Our quarterfinals match. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Hard Lead, we have the Chinese Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes, the Red Protoss. It is Firefly. Here we go, and spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss, the blue Protoss player representing Dragon Kai Gaming, DKZ. It is Hero. Let's go, Bobby, let's go. And Firefly has been the rising star of 2023, at least in my opinion. He was, of course, the star player, the ace player of the Starving Camels in the first half of the year. And Firefly very quickly cemented himself as the ace player of the Platinum Heroes in the winter season of 2023 as well. So Firefly, he's just been looking so damn good, so damn powerful. In recent times, we did cast Firefly in the IEM Katowice qualifiers, and Firefly did qualify for IEM next year in the coming months. So he's going to be one of the representatives in that event. It's going to be amazing. It is going to be beautiful. Definitely something to look forward to if you are a Firefly fan. And if you're not a fan, well, let us introduce you. Because we are getting into this PvP, and yes, Hero is the heavy favorite. He is the heavy favorite player here, but Firefly has and will cause upsets over and over again. Not saying that he will bring down Hero, but he has a chance. It is not out of the realm of possibility here, as Hero is going for a proxy gateway out on the map. Second pylon not at home, and we are committing to a proxy. What do we go for? It's going to be a robo. It's going to be a 1-base all-in. Now, Firefly comes in with a probe scout. He is going to confirm that the pylon is missing. The second pylon is nowhere to be found. So he's aware that something is wrong, something is amiss, and Firefly is going to be on the hunt for that pylon. Now, this is not an uncommon proxy location. It's very commonplace to throw down the pylon here on the other side of the rocks. This can even lead into something like a proxy Stargate. We can see that it's going to be the all-in. Firefly, though, yet to determine what is going on, as he has his own second pylon and his main base stalkers have arrived. And Firefly is fanning out his units looking for that pylon. Oh, never mind. We're countering with our own potentially 1-base all-in. This is primed for a proxy gateway location here for Firefly. Adepts are moving out though. Prism is on the way. Adepts going to be threatening that main base, and we do have Firefly in position ready to wall off. Meanwhile, Stalkers are fanning the edges of the map. Oh, we're checking. We're going to check. It's going to be close. Adepts are going to be denied, and the Stalker does not get eyes on the Robo. We are busy dealing with the Adepts instead, and so far a good setup here, as the Adepts, they will take some hull damage. A lot of damage being dealt. The Prism has arrived, and do we come across this? It looks like we're so close. We come across it, but the Prism gets away. The Prism does get away into the main base. The pylon's going to be depowered. The Immortal will not come out, but the Prism gets into the main, and the Adepts, they get into the mineral line. Remember, 2 Adepts, 1-shot workers, and that is 4 Adepts. So many probes are going to be going down. So much economic damage being done here. 7 workers already. This is brutal. 7 workers. Bearing in mind that, of course, Hero is the one that's committed, but he is now the one with the economic advantage. Adepts are being dealt with, but that is 9 dead workers. A Prism here behind this. Thankfully, this Robo is depowered. Hero is transitioning. We do have a 3rd gateway in the main base alongside a Twilight Council as well to, I imagine, get into Blink. Meanwhile, with that pylon across the map, we're just slow warping in some sentries. Oh my god. I'm loving the sentries here. Force fields are king. In a world without Blink, force fields, they are the MVPs in a PvP. Here we go. Adepts, they continue to shade across the map. The wall is wide open, so there's potential here for Hero to get damage done. At the same time, though, here comes Firefly pushing up the ramp. We have a shield battery. We have an overcharge in the main base. We have a second pylon. We have a counter sentry as well. So force fields, again, are going to be available for both players. Adepts, they shade in. They shade into the main base. The Prism arrives as well. We come in with another Adept. Ooh, and so many more workers are falling. We can't really afford these losses. Firefly losing 5 probes here in the main. Meanwhile, we're just pushing up the ramp, running into another army. How good are the force fields going to be? It looks like Firefly is squeezing his way in. Force fields are not good enough from Hero. But the positioning, the shield battery, the overcharge as well, Hero should be able to hold on, and yeah, he does force Firefly out. And at the same time, that Prism is still threatening the main base. Like, Firefly can't really commit across the map. He cannot engage, and he's backing off. Firefly, he's going to be retreating, which means Hero has the advantage. Hero has Blink. Blink is finishing up in a couple of seconds. Hero has the better economy. He's on 26 probes. Firefly still recovering. Still down 10 workers. We have a proxy. We have a Dark Shrine on the way. This was necessary earlier. If we had the Dark Shrine a little bit sooner, then maybe we could have made something happen here, but the reality is Robo's on the way, which means we have access to detection, we have access to observers. Oh, the Prism! Oh, what a bus! We do snipe the Prism. A good pickoff, but at this point it may just be too little too late. The Prism has paid for itself. Army is moving out. And Firefly, he has a lot of recovering to do. For a second, Stalker does go down. Firefly being contained to his one base. Hero has yet to scout that Dark Shrine, but again, we have the Observer on the way. We have an expansion as well. Hero is in control. A nice force field, but we have Blink. We dive on the army. We focus down one of the Stalkers. A second Stalker as well overcharges pop, but the DPS, it's just looking too high. Have we scouted? We have. We have scouted the Dark Shrine. DTs are on the way. We already have detection. We have observers. Second observer coming out as well. Hero is ready for this. A good effort to add a Firefly here, though he definitely had his moments in this game. Before we dive on top of this, we blink on forward as well. Looks like this pylon is going to go down. We depowered the Cyber Core at least, but GG gets called, and Hero will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG. But imagine a world if Firefly, remember when he came across the robot, if he had come across the Prism, if he was able to shut down the Prism, then suddenly he reduces his economic damage, he has a better economy, he's able to sustain himself, take up a little bit faster, or just hammer down the counter push as well. There was a lot available there, a lot of potential, but Hero did take it in the end. That was game 1 in the books, but I'm ready for game number 2. Let's go. We go. It's catching up. I'm going to be catching up as we're going to be loading into game number 2. Going to be on Oceanborn. Here we go. As a reminder, the winner of the series advances on to the semifinals, where they're going to be facing off against, I believe, the winner of Nightmare and his opponent, Nightmare and Gumiho. I wasn't able to talk about Gumiho when going over the bracket earlier, but again, Gumiho is down there, lying in wait as well. And here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn. We have the Chinese Protoss player, the red Protoss representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Firefly. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Protoss player representing Dragon Kai Z Gaming, DKZ. It is Hero. As for the time being, everything is looking as it should, but we'll keep an eye on both of our players here to see if they commit to proxy pylons once again. Game 1, it was Hero that went for the 1-base all-in initially. We'll see if Firefly does something similar, or even Hero, if we see more of the same. Had that proxy robo. Of course, even if we do see a proxy being thrown down, doesn't have to be an all-in. You know, something like a proxy Stargate, only designed to get economic damage done. Only designed to get ahead in that worker count, as Hero is moving over towards the left-hand side of the map, looking to potentially throw down a fake proxy pylon. At the same time, this wouldn't be a bad location for a Stargate either. So we have options here, as we are keeping the probe in the vicinity. So we could go for a Stargate to just send an Oracle into the main base to get economic damage and expand behind it. This is true. Or we could commit. Something that's a little bit less common, but available here, is a proxy Twilight Council for something like a proxy Dark Shrine, which is spicy. It's very all-in, very committed. That is something that is not unheard of, but we'll see. We'll see what we do end up investing into. And there it is, Stargate. Something a little bit more sensible. So again, with this Stargate, it's just a way to get ahead in the economy. We should still be expanding. We should still be, focusing on our economy. Meanwhile, back at home, Hero just getting into double Stalker. Likewise, so is Firefly. Double Stalker into additional Stalkers as well. Firefly, with his probe scout, he did confirm that the second pylon was missing. So Firefly, he knows that something is wrong, something is amiss, and he is once again on the hunt. Ooh. For the second time, Firefly, I'm loving his responses here. Going for the counter proxy pylon here to be able to reinforce and be assertive and be aggressive. There we go, the probe is shut down. We're going to be tanking some of those shots as well. But not quite lined up. Firefly does take some hits. So far, going to be dancing with the units here of Hero. Shield battery is on the way in the main. And again, Oracle well underway. Do we have anything in the main base? We have a shield battery. Let's go. We have a defensive shield battery. Shield battery is enough to keep you safe from one Oracle. Not from two. Two Oracles do one-shot workers. But one shield battery is enough to keep one Oracle at bay as we're forcing our way up into the main base. Again, Firefly has the Stalker advantage. Shield battery is done, but Hero is zoned away. Boys are being pulled, and Firefly, he wants these Stalkers. He's going to get one. He may get both. The surround. Oh, the surround is real, though. Hero, he does trap these Stalkers. Reinforcements rock up as well. It looks like we will clean this up. Not without taking some economic damage. At the same time, the Oracle across the map gets a couple of probe kills. Gets 3. Meanwhile, Hero lost 5. But remember, Hero has a faster expansion. Even though Hero did take slightly more damage, he has a natural base. He can make 2 probes at a time. The pressure is on Firefly as he throws down a 3rd gateway. Firefly is committing. Oh, meanwhile, the shield battery is out of energy. Second Oracle comes in. 7 probes go down. Firefly is 100% committed at this point. He has to end the game here and now with this army, but does he have enough? Looking at the units tab, Firefly has 7 Stalkers to the 3 of Hero. Hero is going to have to give up on the natural. Again, Hero has to be very careful not to be caught out. Waiting for reinforcements. Hero, he is down in production, down in Stalkers. It does get an extra warp in, though. He can vie for control. Some of these Stalkers have been dragged away. Yeah, these 2 Stalkers are exposed. One of them goes down. Good pickup from Hero. Not losing anything. But that X is taking a lot of damage. Meanwhile, there was 11 workers going down across the map and up. Yeah, the base is going to fall. A good pickup here from Firefly. And Hero respecting Firefly's position. Building up his worker count once again, getting up to 25. Firefly still recovering. The Oracle is still alive. Bear that in mind. Oh, and we're going for some adepts. So Hero, he has 1 Oracle remaining. He lost the other. We have adepts threatening a shade into the main base. Nothing here to deny the shade. Which means Firefly, his main base is looking quite vulnerable. At the same time, he's committed. Firefly is 1 base all in. Does have some high ground vision. Meanwhile, the adepts say shade into the main base. 3 probes go down. Crippling the economy even further of Firefly. Meanwhile, it's getting a lot of damage done. 1 gateway goes down. And Hero, he's down to 2 gates still. Has some production to work with. Oh, as we make a 3rd Oracle, we're going back into the main. Once again, we're looking for economic damage. Adepts are going to be shading in. The Oracles are zoned away. Good positioning out of Firefly. 1 Adept does make it into the main base. We're dragging Hero out of position. But Firefly not able to fully take advantage of that. He just doesn't have the army for it. Behind this, Firefly starting up Immortal production. Meanwhile, Hero also going for his own Robo. So Firefly will have an Immortal advantage. Hero going to be 1 step behind in that. 1 step behind in that Immortal. Meanwhile, Hallucination comes in. We get a full scout. We get eyes on the defensive Robo. We also have to make sure that there's no Stargate. There's no Dark Shrine. And we can see Firefly is looking for the proxy Stargate. And he should be able to come across it. Meanwhile, Hero also comes across a proxy pylon. So both players should be losing their proxies. There we go. Pylon falls. Likewise, so will the Stargate. We can see Hero across the map with some stasis traps. We can make something happen here. Looking at the army tab, we have comparable armies. I would say in a head-to-head fight, Firefly has the advantage with the Immortal. But this may not be a head-to-head fight. The armies are going to be missing each other. Hero going straight for the main. The Oracles will come in. They trigger the shields. We have one shield battery in the main base, but it's far behind in that mineral line. At the same time, Firefly, he ignores the attack. And we could force a recall. The Prism! Oh god! The Prism's being forced back. Firefly going to the main. There's the recall that we spoke about. Hero racing back home. Oh, that Prism. Quite vulnerable. But again, thankfully there's no blink. Yeah, forcing a recall as well. Firefly doesn't lose anything. Makes it back home. Prism making its way towards the main base of Hero. Hero, bearing in mind, he just recalled. Both players did, to be fair. Both players just recalled. It's on cooldown, which means if Firefly goes in, Hero has to rely on warp-ins instead. But he does have 3 gateways available, and the Immortal is about to pop. Meanwhile, Sage Trap goes up, catches one of those Stalkers. Adepts, they shade in. They shade into the main base. Immortal's doing what it can. We are forced to warp in defensively, and Hero, he's racing back home. A good amount of damage done here by Firefly. He gets, what, 6, 7 probe kills. He is evening up that work count. At the same time, the Oracles, they get 3 probes across the map. Oh, God. Both players with comparable economies here. Still no expansion from any of them. Are we going to repower the Stargate? We are. Let's go. That's looking to shade into that mineral line, but they get caught out. The Prism! Oh my god, will escape. Did I speak too soon? I did! The Prism goes down, and now Hero, nothing is keeping him back at home. He can commit, he can push out, he can contain his opponent to 1 base. It's going to be risky, though. Again, Firefly's pushing. The Observer of Hero does spot the move out, does spot the Stalkers, and eventually the Immortals as well. Hero moving out to try to meet this. He does have a sentry, does have some force fields. Oh, Firefly, his army is disjointed. We get 1. We get 2 Stalkers for free. We get a third. Can we get a 3rd Stalker? Looks like we will. Loving the use of this sentry. Sentry? Phoenix. Both even. And here we go. We force a big engage. Prism force 1 siege. Can we save the Immortals? We can. The juggling, too good. We save 1. We save both Immortals just barely as well. A beautiful engage from Hero. He shuts this down. Will lose all of his high-tech units, but he is taking a better trade here. GG gets called, and Hero will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the semifinals. GG. GG, well played. A solid series there, solid game, solid series there between our 2 players. There were definitely moments, there were some good moments for Firefly throughout, but Hero was able to thrive in a lot of that chaos. To just report the score. He was able to thrive in the chaos, was able to come out on top. GG, well played. A very aggressive PvP there between both Firefly and Hero, but again, Hero does come out on top. GG. GG, well played. With that, we are getting ready here for our next couple of series. Un momento. As it looks like the lower semifinals, sorry, the lower quarterfinals is about to begin. Nightmare versus Gumiho is about to start. I believe Steadfast is covering that series. Meanwhile, I'm going to quickly hop over to the Americas to see if I can catch Cyan versus Showtime. Okay. So for some context, Hero advances on to lower semifinals. Nightmare versus Gumiho just started. It just now started. I had the option to join it, to be honest. I did have the option available to join Nightmare versus Gumiho. But again, Steadfast is covering that, and we only have 2 English streams at the moment, so Steadfast, he's going to be covering Nightmare vs. Gumiho into Hero, it may be best if I peeled away and if I tried to get into Cyan versus Showtime into Dark, the upper semifinals. In an ideal world, I'd be able to follow Hero, but again, especially because we don't have any of the other English casters. Like usually we have Wardy, sometimes we have Chicken Man, sometimes we have Dave Testa, or I don't think Roddy cast this, but usually we have at least like Wardy, and Wardy isn't here. I think he's covering the TLMC, right? He's been hosting the Team Liquid map contest, which is it today? No, not. It's later on tonight. We have the Wardy TV Invitational. So he's got his own stuff going on that he's focusing on, which is why he's not here for the ESL Open Cups. Which is why I'm gonna do my best here to try to split up and try to cast as much as I can. Yeah, that's gonna be our goal here. Meanwhile, this is not our only broadcast today. It's gonna be ESL Open Cup Asia into the Masters Coliseum qualifiers. That is in 1 hour. In 1 hour's time. I'm just making sure I'm not missing anything. Okay, we are good. We are good. But in 1 hour's time is Masters Coliseum. We will not switch over immediately. We're gonna finish ESL Open Cup Asia. We're gonna finish Asia, and then we're gonna be switching over into Masters Coliseum. Actually, now that I think about it, is that what we want? So last time we had them. I remember now. For Masters Coliseum number 6, I remember we actually switched to Masters Coliseum immediately as soon as it started, and I remember we actually casted the ESL Open Cup Asia semis and finals by replays afterwards. I remember we did that. I don't think we're gonna do that this time. I remember last time the reason why we did that was because there were like 3 or 4 English streams for ESL Asia, and there was 0 streams for Masters Coliseum. So we made the choice to prioritize Masters Coliseum instead. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been any coverage. I think the same is going to happen this time. I don't think there's going to be any English coverage of Masters Coliseum, which would be a shame. But at the same time, this time for Masters Coliseum 7, there's only 2 English streams for ESL Asia as well. So even if we switched over to Masters Coliseum, there's not that much coverage on ESL Asia. So yeah, I stand by our rationale to switch over last time this happened. This time though, there's more reason for us to stay on Asia, and then of course we'll switch over and hopefully we'll catch the tail end of Masters Coliseum. Yeah, just a shame that I mean, I say a shame. It is a shame that there's not as much English coverage here this week, but understandable because it is Christmas. It is Christmas Day, so I'm sure a lot of people, a lot of the casters are focusing on that. And as I mentioned before, Wardy, he has his own events going on. He's hosting like a Christmas event in a couple of hours. If that's going to be the case, if it's going to be the case as well, if Wardy is busy covering his Christmas event, we may also do ESL Open Cup Europe today. We've been doing Europe. We did Europe last week for the first time. And again, if there isn't a lot of, especially because we're in the middle of the holidays, if there isn't a lot of coverage going on, we may just stay up. We just stay up and cast Europe and then cast Americas afterwards. Yeah, we'll just cast it all, Pop. We just cast it all. Why not? Aye. So that's probably our game plan. So that is going to be our game plan. Otherwise, we're going to be going on a short break. Here. For those curious as to what is going to be on the channel next, let me show you. Let me show you. It is going to be Showtime versus Cyan. That's what I'm currently waiting for. The winner of this series advances on to face off against Dark. So that is what I'm hoping to catch. Currently, Cyan and Showtime are mid-series. They're mid-series, and basically we are waiting for we're waiting for them to come out of game. Waiting for them to come out of game, and then we can jump on. We can jump on in. We can either jump in mid-series into Showtime versus Cyan, or we'll follow the winner into Dark. That is our current plan. At least, I hope I can find them. So, I'm assuming that they're playing on the Americas server, so I'm waiting in Americas. I'm hoping that they're not gonna, like, I don't know, play on Europe for some reason, or even play on Asia. They shouldn't be there. They shouldn't be there, but I don't know. We'll see. So we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we'll have some more StarCraft. Either Showtime versus Cyan or the winner against Dark. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that brutal OST because we have returned with our next series. We were patiently waiting for like 10 minutes for Showtime and Cyan, and we could not find them. Looks like they're still in game, and the lower semis has already begun. So we already missed out on one series, didn't want to miss out on another. Hopefully we're able to catch the upper semifinals once it's ready. For now, though, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkiona, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing CranKy Gaming. It is Hero. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Terran from South Korea representing his new team, Cloud9. It is Gumiho. Let's go. But, oh no! Hero, as he does come across the proxy with his scouting probe, the Rax has been found, and Hero is going to be shutting it down. I was about to say, so, fun fact, by the time we wrapped up our last series, and as we do force a cancel, we do shut down the proxy, canceling the Gas Geyser as well, forcing a reaction out of Gumiho. A beautiful start for Hero. Gumiho stumbling out the gates. Ay, ay, ay. As he's going to try and delay the expansion for as long as he can. With this SCV, is going to be forced back, and the expansion is going to be thrown down. Now, what I was saying is, by the time we wrapped up with Hero versus Firefly, Nightmare versus Hero game... Sorry, Nightmare versus Gumiho game 1 was about to start. So, Nightmare versus Gumiho, it was 2-0 in favor of Gumiho. Game 1 and Game 2 was played out while we were waiting for Showtime and Cyan to get out of their game, and Showtime and Cyan nowhere to be found. I think they're still in their game, and I was feeling quite anxious about waiting even further when I saw that Gumiho and Hero was about to start. So very quickly we're jumping into the lower semifinals, and again, I do hope that that we can catch, you know, the upper semis, Dark versus either Showtime or Cyan later on down the line, and hopefully we can catch them after this series. Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. As Showtime and Cyan seem to be in a locked in a late game PvP as we speak. For now, SV is going to be moving out here. We're going into a 3-Rax follow-up. Oh, let's go. It's going to be a CC on low ground Rack expand into a 3-Rax. So Gumiho is just transitioning into something pretty economic. Very reliant on a lower gas count here, just trying to get back into this as best he can. It was a rough start from Gumiho, but we'll see if he can recover. As we do have our opener from Hero is going for a Stargate opener. Reaper was spotted by the Zelnaga. Hero is getting in position, and he is here just in time to zone away that Reaper. I'm loving the movement as well from Hero. Getting in position, chasing that Reaper away, and he is not going Oracle, he's going for a Phoenix first. Important to take note of, it is going to be a Phoenix-based opener and Phoenix-based build here from Hero. This should be leading into either a Robo for Colossus or a Twilight Council for Charge Lots. Based on the fact that we're loading into Alkiona, this is a very macro-oriented map. Hero, has he seen the 3-Rax? He has not. If he does come across this, then something like a Colossus-based opener is going to be ideal. And there it is, Robo is on the way, soon to be the Robotics Bay. Oh, Phoenix comes in, does lock down the Reaper as well. We're getting in position. Can we focus down? Oh, we get one hit. Oh, we get one shot off, but no, the Reaper does barely escape. I spoke too soon. Reaper gets shut down at the natural. Good positioning there from Hero. And with that, Gumiho is in the dark. Now, he's aware of the Stargate. He's aware of the Phoenixes at least, which is a good thing for Gumiho. Definitely a good thing here. 3-Raxes are ideal against Stargate-based openers. This isn't going to be impossible for Hero to hold, but it's going to be a little bit difficult. Again, Phoenixes don't really add too much value here, as we do confirm both Raxes. We do confirm the bio production. Again, Phoenixes, they're really good at picking up high-tech units. I'm talking about Medivacs, Ravens, tanks, Cyclones. But against Mass Marine Marauder, where there is no high-value target other than maybe the Marauder, again, Phoenixes are not ideal. There's the Bay on the way. We should be getting a defensive and a safety Immortal. We have an Observer first, but I imagine Immortal next. Adepts have arrived. They're focusing down some of these Marines, and they shade into the main base. Economic damage is being done. Very nicely done here by Hero. He does confirm the 3rd Rax. He's fully aware of what's going on. and just a really good way to abuse this army before Stim is done. Stim is still a couple of seconds away as we pick off even more Marines. Stim has completed. The Phoenixes have to be very careful with how they move. Will escape, taking a bit of hull damage here. Meanwhile, there's that Immortal in production. Gateways are finishing up. We have a safety shield battery here on the low ground with an overcharge available as well. We are ready. We are prepared. From here, Hero is going to be dipping into the main base. Again, just keeping this army pinned back at home as well. We're already working on our transition, so typically you want to hit a timing with Stim and combat shields, but because we've been so delayed here, we already have our factory and starport follow-up. We already have +1 attack on the way. Third TC on location is delayed as well, and a big scout from Hero. He's aware that Gumiho, not really feeling too confident about his push, is stuck at home. Stuck at home and focusing on that more economic transition. But Hero is all over this. Hero is just once again threatening these bases, forcing Gumiho to stay pinned back at home, while Hero is free to take his own third. He's building up his Colossus count. He already has 1, soon to be 2 Colossi. We should be working up towards 3 Colossi production into charge lots as well. Hero just running away with this, and the big reason for this is because of the opener, is because Gumiho was delayed and forced to react, and yeah, just has had a really hard time getting into this. Also, really kind of really wise movement out of Hero to be able to be active with these Phoenixes, to be able to just keep Gumiho pinned back again. This army, well, these Phoenixes aren't ideal when it comes to picking up Marines, but SCVs, you know, delaying some of the production, really good stuff. As Hero is going to be pushing a very adventurous move here from Hero, has to be very careful with his movement. Colossi have been revealed. Tank not quite in position. We get a couple of swipes off here with the Marines, forcing out a Stim. Tank does siege, and Hero has to be very careful with how he does engage. Doesn't want to get caught out. Phoenixes, they catch some of these SCVs. We get 3 of them, and Hero backs off. He backed off for a moment, but he wants to come back in. Again, hoping that he's able to distract Gumiho. Chipping away at that depot. We get the scan as well. Now, with these sentries, we can force field the ramp, so we're relatively safe. Oh, Observer gets picked off. Yeah, now Hero backs off. After losing the Observer, he's not really aware if we're going to see a dive or not, if Gumiho's going to be looking to just engage and collapse on the army. So Hero has to be very careful. But again, that's 13 SCVs in total. That's only due to the Phoenix harass, by the way. We catch the Viking as well, and Hero is just picking away at this army. Behind this, Hero is working on a 4th. There's +1, and I assumed it was going to be charged, but it's going to be Blink on the way instead. Blink is in production to help support this army. Disruptor production has commenced now that we have 3 Colossi. Once we get our 4th up and running, we can afford a 2nd rover for double Disruptor production. But that's a lot of Marauders. Again, the force field is going to be key here when it comes to engaging, and Hero, he wants to engage. Again, there's only 1 tank behind this. We can lift it. So far, a couple of Marauders get picked off. That's going to be a big concave here for Gumiho, getting ready for a surround even. Hero has to be very, very wary here. Shredding lightly. Gumiho is waiting for the opportune moment. Waiting for the moment to just collapse on this. Disruptor is on the way. That will help. Hero, he's gonna retreat for now, thankfully. I was thinking he was maybe overstaying his welcome, but I'm loving this repositioning from Hero. Does pull back. Now we're going to be going up. Not quite connecting. There's that Ghost Academy on the way for Gumiho. He's still just being contained to these 3 bases. Phoenix is once again getting into the main base. No turret, by the way. The Ghost Academy. We can delay it. Oh, we just go for the workers. Regardless, damage is being done. We got 5 SCVs in the main as well. Oh, did I say 5? I meant to say 11. At the same time, Hero, he's reinforcing. Gumiho is moving out at the same time. He is vulnerable right now. Oh, the Disruptor. Disruptor is going to get picked off. A good pick off here from Gumiho. Meanwhile, the Phoenix is still wreaking havoc in the main base. Hero, though, not recognizing that the Bio Army is significantly smaller than what it should be. And Gumiho comes in for a massive counter-attack. Hero caught out of position, forced to recall back home. One Disruptor goes down. That's going to be actually the second Disruptor. We're getting into the mineral line. A lot of probes are falling as well, but this is going to be a one-way trip. We cannot escape. The Phoenixes have arrived. We're going to try and drop into the main base. Phoenixes are hot on its tail, though. At the same time, Gumiho pushing through the center, catching a couple of Stalkers. But Gumiho gets cleaned up. That was a lot of supply for 17 probes. And a Disruptor. But Gumiho, he was maxed. He was at 200 supply. Now he plummets 50 supply, and Hero's going for a big counterattack. And what is scary is that Hero, he's kept his Colossi alive. He still has 2 Disruptors, all of his Phoenixes. Hero can focus on his push. How good the EMP is going to be? Oh, pretty good. On the Phoenixes. They cannot lift. Some of them can, though. Your 2 tanks get picked up. Nova going to be zoning away the army. So far, a good concave, though. A good concave from Gumiho. These Colossi are so low. But they're just barely out of range. Force a cancel on the CC. Hero taking the goal base behind this. We still on forward. Good target firing on the Disruptor. Ooh, and Hero, he's running out of units. He's running out of steam. There we go. Another big warp in. I'm still a little bit concerned. 1 robo. There's only 1 robo producing here for Hero. 1 Disruptor at a time, but he's getting us up with the tanks. Never goes off. Will connect. Shuts down some of those Marauders. But it looks like Hero is being cleaned up. A big overextension here. Did take down some of the tanks, but lost 2 Colossi. The Disruptors, it looks like... Oh my god, Hero is barely holding on. But he has to retreat. Hero, he has to back off. Again, I'm really concerned with the only 1 robo producing. It does mean that for every Colossus and every Disruptor that Hero loses, he's having a really hard time recovering from that. His economy is good, don't get me wrong, but pretty reliant on a gateway-based army at the moment. Meanwhile, something more important here is that Hero doesn't just have a good economy, but he's denying Gumiho from getting an economy himself. Still no 4th. Gumiho is still contained to 3 bases, barely fully saturated on 3 bases as well. Gumiho, he just scans the 4th base. Meanwhile, the charge ulti dive in again. Nova's going off, connecting with Marauders. Big shots. The final Colossus goes down, but the Zealots are getting into the mineral line. And here come the reinforcements as well. It looks like Hero may just barely have enough. He's breaking through. GG gets called. And Hero will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Hero just having so much momentum here in this series. So much momentum in that game after shutting down the proxy. If you did tune in the middle of that game, at the very beginning, Gumiho went for a proxy Rax, and Hero found it immediately. He shut it down. He was able to force a cancel, was able to force a pretty rough reaction out of Gumiho as he tried to transition back at home, and Hero, he was in control. Was in full control of that game. We had the follow-up 3 Rax from Gumiho, which was never able to push out. Was stuck at home the entire time. Really solid stuff there out of Hero. He does take a lead in the series, but it's still a best of 3, still plenty to come. Meanwhile, I just have confirmation. Dark is still waiting for the winner of Cyan versus Showtime. Cyan versus Showtime is still mid-series. God, those are some long games. that's a series, mate. Oh my god. As we're getting ready for our next one. One moment. So we're diving on in to game number 2. Okay, sorry, we're back. Just had to check on something. But spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the Blue Protoss player from the land of South Korea, representing Dragon KZ Gaming. It is Hero. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Cloud9, his new team. It is Gumiho. Once again committing to a proxy. Now, I'm curious, based on the positioning here, this could be a proxy marauder. We could try to float into the main base and throw down and start off that tech lab in the main of Hero. This is quite a common proxy location here on Oceanborn. I'm curious if we're going to commit. I'm curious, or it could just be Reaper. It could just be proxy Reaper to get into the main base and to wreak some havoc here and to transition back at home. We'll see. We'll see how spicy we're going to be, and yeah, it's going to be just the Reaper here from Gumiho. But yeah, again, do apologize for the delayed start. Ooh, just did have to check on something first. We're getting into this. But we're back. We're back, and now we can focus on our game. We can focus on our semifinals. Again, the winner of the series advances on to the grand finals. And as I mentioned before, Dark is still waiting for his own opponent as well, which means we could end up covering both semis. Could cover both, depending on how things progress. But now, Reapers to begin. Ooh, straight into the main base as well. Boys are being pulled. How good is the control from Fury? He does have to pull away. Does have to try to keep these probes alive. Let us go. Oh, as we get one, we get two. Oh my god, we get two probes already. Good pickups here from Gumiho. Very nicely done. Oh. As the Reaper is going to be shut down. Our tech of choice still yet to be invested into here from Hero, so pretty good damage so far. Second Reaper is coming out. Behind this, Gumiho going for a factory follow-up into the CC on the low ground. Not going to be a one-way all-in, thankfully. Not going to be the one-way all-in. But again, Gumiho is just transitioning. Ooh, that Reaper is getting caught out, though. We have to be very careful with our control. Have to get the hell out of here. And we have our tech of choice. It is going to be a Twilight Council. Twilight Council follow-up here from Hero. Should be for Blink. I imagine there are some DT-based openers in this matchup as well, but should just be for a Twilight Council. Should just be for Blink. As behind this, we have Cyclones on the way. Second racks as well. The first one is floating back home. Is getting there slowly but surely. As the has arrived, so far the Reaper is going to be able to turn it back. And we're following this up with another racks, actually. So a very aggressive follow-up from Gumiho. Essentially, it's going to be a 3 racks, 1 factory opener here from Gumiho on 2 bases. A very delayed starport is what I'm trying to point out. A delayed starport here. We could delay it even further. This could lead into... we spoke about this before in the quarterfinals match. This could lead into a 2-base all-in, or it could just lead into a delayed third. Regardless, a very aggressive build here from Gumiho. Building up a hefty army, continuing with Cyclone production as well. And we'll see if he can get damage done. We'll see if he can gain some momentum. So far, engaging with the Stalkers. Nice reaction out of Hero, keeping that Adept alive. And it is going to force Gumiho back. But we are now up to 4 Cyclones. Oh, the jig is up. We have revealed ourselves. First Adept goes down. We're going for the Stalkers. But alas, we barely don't catch them. Gumiho, I'm sure he was hoping that the Stalkers would be lured out into the open and we could take advantage of them. Meanwhile, the Rax floats back in. Okay. We get eyes on the Twilight Council, we get eyes on Blink. And as a result, making a 4th Rax back at home. So a bit of an awkward setup here from Gumiho, delaying Marine production just because we have to make a 4th Rax. And there's that starport on the way. Was delayed, but now in production for eventually medevac support. To go for some drop grass as well. So Gumiho is just building up his army. Working on the next step. Rax does burn down. And we'll see how committed Gumiho wants to be. Upon seeing the starport this early, I imagine we still want to expand and take a 3rd. I imagine. Yeah, tanks getting in position. Observer is confirming the positioning of the army as well. Ooh, meanwhile, I spoke about a Dark Shrine earlier, about how it's very uncommon nowadays to see it as an opener. And this isn't a Dark Shrine opener, but it's a Dark Shrine follow-up here. There is potential with these DTs. There is potential. Meanwhile, we have high ground vision and Hero. He's dipping into the main, out positioning the army of Gumiho. And Gumiho, he doesn't flinch. He keeps pushing. Does not turn around. Which means SCVs are falling and we can always recall back home. Only a handful of Marines to defend. Gumiho, he is 100% committed with this push. There's no turning back. Not anymore. One way or another, either Gumiho can break Hero or die trying. He catches the Prism. Good pickup. Prism does go down. We have to recall back home. No, never mind. We're just racing back home instead. Boys are being pulled. The Immortal barely does pop out. We're getting on top of the tanks. One tank goes down, the second tank as well, but we are losing every single probe in the natural. Hero will clean this up, but this was a costly trade. Hero loses 20 probes in the process. He may have killed 15, but Hero is also hurting the economy. Things are getting scrappy. What I will say though is that Gumiho lost his army. Hero didn't. That's the dangerous thing right now. Hero, he has momentum. Pushing on forward, getting on top of these forces here as well. Getting on top of the medevac so far. Some good blinks, good target firing out of Gumiho, but he will lose everything. GG gets called, and Hero will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Aye. GG, well played. We do have to... GG, well played. Hero will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. Again, even though Hero may have lost a lot of workers, he knew that he could afford to lose that as long as he was able to shut down the army. He had also killed an equivalent amount of workers across the map, and Gumiho was all in. Hero, less so. With that, Hero was able to take it in the end, was able to shut down Gumiho and take the series. Congratulations. With that, we are getting ready here for the upper semifinals, and it has lined up quite nicely. So we spoke about it before. We did miss out on Gumiho versus Nightmare just because we were waiting for Cyan and Showtime. It was a very long series, and it just finished. This just in: Showtime versus Cyan did just finish. We were waiting for it for quite some time earlier, and Showtime did come out on top, did come out victorious, 2-0 over Cyan. It was a very long PvP, but it did just conclude, and now we're settling into the upper semifinals just in time. It lined up beautifully here. We didn't miss out on Dark versus Showtime at all, as it's about to begin. Let's get ready for it. But yeah, really powerful performance there out of Hero. Again, he's lying in wait in those grand finals. Just really in control of that entire series, to be honest. You know, Gumiho at every turn was trying to be the aggressor. Every single game he opened up with a proxy Rax of some sort. But Hero was there to shut him down, take advantage of him, outposition him. Really solid performance. And now we're getting ready for our next series. Let us go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the South Korean Zerg player. The red Zerg representing CranKy Z Gaming. It is Dark. The last remaining Zerg player in the tournament, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Protoss representing Berlin International Gaming. Team Big. It is Showtime. From Germany. Also, if you're a fan of Terran in the chat, I do apologize because the final Terran player has been eliminated. That was Gumiho in the semifinals. in those semifinals. Meanwhile, again, we still have Hero, of course, in those finals, and Dark repping that Zerg flag in the upper semis as well. So far, hatch first. It's going to be a hatch first opener here from Dark. Should be hatch gas pool. Showtime, I'm curious to see how he does approach Dark as well. We are on a bit of a smaller map. Showtime, he's known for his tech-heavy, more defensive styles. This is true. But at the same time, Dark, he is so willing to embrace the late game. As soon as he sees a Protoss player teching and turtling, Dark, he is so quick to take up 4, take up the Hive Tech, Vipers, Hydra Lurker Vipers specifically, and just picking the Protoss apart. So we'll see if Showtime has a different approach, or if he does test his luck, test his mettle against Dark. I have to respond to a comment in the chat. Este no clue. Aye. But here we go. We have our racks. So you have a Gate Expand, Gate Cyber Expand here from Showtime. Pretty standard opener from our Protoss player for the time being. We're still waiting to see our tech of choice. It should be a Stargate opener. There it is. Stargate has been thrown down from Showtime, as to be expected here. Pretty standard opener from our blue Protoss player. I'm going to be moving across the map. Likewise, back at home, Dark just going hatch gas pull into a third base, pulling out a gas once he has enough whirling speed. So a very standard opener here, very standard build from Dark. Likewise, you should be seeing an Oracle opener from Showtime. When it comes to the Korean Protoss players, it has been very, very trendy to go for a Void Ray opener or even Phoenix to shut down the Overlord and to keep the Zerg player in the dark. But the reasoning for this is because a lot of the Korean Protosses are a lot more aggressive. They're a lot more aggressive, so they go a Void Ray or Phoenix into hidden tech behind it, whether it's a Twilight Council or a second Stargate, a Fleet Beacon, a Robo. Like players like Hero, Classic, and Nightmare, they are just so aggressive in the mid game, which is why the Oracle opener has been a little bit less prevalent amongst the Koreans. I bring this up. Showtime is not really that kind of player though. Is going for an Oracle opener. Should be triple Oracle into a third base, or an Oracle opener into a third base into additional Oracles. Again, Showtime's playstyle, his more iconic playstyle, is to invest into, even, I believe he invests into 4 Oracles, if I'm not mistaken, into a third, into a delayed Twilight Council. He usually goes Forge and then Robo, into a delayed Twilight Council, into like Immortals, eventually into a Colossus heavy style with Disruptors, and you know, he eases into the mid and into late game. I'm not too fond of that style on Oceanborn. Specifically on this map, it's a very short rush distance by ground, so you can be quite aggressive and quite assertive. I think it's a little bit risky to delay your Twilight Council, so we'll see if Showtime goes for, again, his iconic style, or if he does go for a much more standard follow-up instead, just to kind of respect his opponent and the aggressive potential of Dark. Meanwhile, we have our 2 Oracles for now. We're going to be dipping into that third. Queens are in position, though. No Spore, but we do get quite a lot of damage dealt to that first Oracle. It looks like the Oracle is going to go down. 2 drones for 1 Oracle. Not worth it for Showtime. Really good positioning from Dark. Very nicely done. Behind this, there's that Robo that we spoke about. There's the Forge. So, as we mentioned, this is a delayed Twilight Council. This is the iconic Showtime style, where he delays his Twilight Council. He does focus on +1 upgrades and Robo production first. But again, I do feel like this is really risky on Oceanborn. We'll see if we can get away with it. And Eps, they're going to be shading in. They shade into the main base, threaten that mineral line as well, and we're going to get some damage done. Drones are going down. We cancel the shade. Oh, we got 3, we got 4 workers so far. Very nice damage from Showtime. His Oracles may have failed, but the Adepts, they are just wreaking havoc. 10 drone kills, and just like that, Showtime has done enough economic damage to be able to feel safe back at home. Ah, little does he know, he's forcing it all in. And this is another thing that's very... Oh god, the Oracles! They do not scout. They barely do not scout the tech. I was gonna say, usually, whenever we see Dark against Hero, this happens very often. If Dark takes too much damage, I do not believe this was the initial plan. I do not believe this was the initial plan, but if Dark does sustain too much economic losses, he is so willing to double down and start up like Overlord speed and go for Dropper Lords, or throw down a Nidus and go all in. This is a reaction to losing so many drones. And I worry for Showtime. I mentioned before, because he skipped his Twilight Council, because it's so delayed, there's no blink. There's no blink for this defense. He is being very tech heavy here. Now, he does have an Immortal. He has Sentries for Force Fields. He's soon to have a second Immortal. But this defense is going to be tight. It's going to be a close defense here for Showtime. He needs to rely on his stack defense. Cannons, shield batteries are on the way. We're leapfrogging forward here with these Nidus Worms. First Nidus is going to be focused down the Lings and looking to dive in. Bar's going to be connecting. Cannon goes down. Shield battery gets denied. The Queens are exposed. They can't transfuse. One Queen goes down. Clutch transfuse towards the end. We have a second Immortal. Good force fields. Good force fields from Showtime. Does keep the army at bay. Another cannon goes down, but we are baiting out those Ravager Vials. Here we go. We're diving on forward once again. We pop the overcharge. But the Vials will focus it down. Oh, it stays alive. And we're running out of Lings. As we run out of Lings, Showtime is that much closer to holding. He's that much closer to defending as well. And it looks like he is forcing this back. He is mustering up an army. He's now up to 3 Immortals. 3 Immortals to defend. Yeah, he has more than enough at this point. He has held on. He has defended. And Dark, he has to back off. He has to back off. And now Dark is in a really brutal position. Dark is now behind economically. He did not break the third. He was hoping to deal some economic damage. He was hoping to get something done here. All he really did was kill the structures, shield batteries and cannons. That's all he really gained. I'm loving the stack defense here on the high ground as well. It will help deal with the Nidus Worm as well as defend the mineral line. Really good stuff out of Showtime. And this is where Showtime really thrives. So the downside of, again, not having Blink and delaying the Twilight Council, you can't really be active, you can't really be aggressive. But look at this army. We have 4 Immortals now. We have a Templar Archives on the way for Archon production. Showtime, he's gotten away with a lot. Yeah, this makes sense from Dark. We're going into Swarm Hosts. So Dark is behind. Straight up, he's behind. Swarm Hosts are a way to come back, just because they are quote-unquote energy-based units. They have free units, basically, so they can gain a lot of value over time. Over time, though, the first wave of Locusts is very important here for Dark. He has to pick off a base, pick off some tech, trade with the army. He needs to gain value with this. If he doesn't, then Showtime is going to snowball out of control. Here we go. Storm Hosts are on the way. Nidus has been revealed. Ling's going to be distracting the main army, buying a little bit of time. Here comes the first Locust wave. Straight into the natural, and we can focus down the Nexus. What do we go for? We're going for the Zealots for the time being, and now we're going for the base itself, and we should be able to get it down. The DPS is just too damn high. The Nexus will fall. A good pickup, as we even get a couple of probes, and even some pylons. A good start for Dark. We can see Showtime taking a 4th, long distance mining. And now, it looks like Dark is going to get away with the second Locust wave. Showtime doesn't have enough to counterattack. He's waiting for +2, waiting for reinforcements, waiting for a War Prism. Another Nidus is on the way. Dark, he's gotten 1 base. Now he's looking for another. Now he could go back into the natural, deny this Nexus and get on top of the Robo. Or he could try to go for the 3rd, maybe even the 4th, which is a little bit riskier. Nidus is finishing here. The Prism is going to get eyes on those Swarm Hosts. Yeah, we're going to force out a premature Locust wave. Actually, we're getting on some of the Immortals. Good juggling here from Showtime, keeping the Immortal alive. Dark has to commit. He has to, oh my god, he has to engage. Does get 1 Immortal with the Vials, but the Locusts are running out, and Dark has to back off. The second Locust wave, less than ideal. We got 1 Immortal, which was nice, but not much else. We got 1 Immortal, we got 1 Archon. The Natural's getting back up and running. But you can see that Dark has recovered. And again, this is the power of the Swarm Host. It's very risky. I was trying to put emphasis on it, but if the first Locust wave, as I mentioned, if it wasn't able to get the base, then Dark would have been in a lot of trouble. Vials going to be raining down on the army. Behind there's a big Zealot counter-attack here at the 4th base. Vials going to be connecting as well. Here comes the Locust from the right-hand side. Bit of an awkward wave here of Locusts. We get on top of one Archon. We're trying to get on top of another as well. We do get them. Oh my god, big pickoffs. This army from Showtime, very expensive. Big losses. Oh my goodness, we pile down another Immortal. Showtime losing 2 Immortals, 3 Archons. We take the Biles to the face. Oh my god. These are some brutal trades for Showtime, just walking into those Biles. He's juggling nicely. He's focusing down the Ravagers, don't get me wrong. But behind this, we have more Roaches. We have the Locust Wave. Getting ready to go in once again. It has reset just in time. And Showtime has overextended. This time he doesn't have the help of the shield batteries or the cannons. He doesn't have any stack defense. And he's being cut off. He is being cut off by these Locusts. They catch reinforcements. The main Roach army having to kite back against the Zealots. For the Locusts, they catch 2 Archons. Again, just so much value for these Swarm Hosts. Here we go. We're getting ready for another wave. We want that natural base once again. And here we go. We're getting ready for it. Again, Showtime just having a really hard time trading, engaging, just losing too many high-value targets. Too many high-value units here. The Immortals are doing well in the back line, but here comes another Locust Wave, and we focus on the Nexus. We could even get the Robo this time. We could go for the Robo. It looks like we will get it. Robo goes down. And if I'm not mistaken, yep, there was only 1 Robo producing for Showtime, which means what you see is what you get. No more Immortal production. Throughout all of this, Dark has been saturated on 4 bases. He has a low economy, a low worker count, true. But tech-wise, Lurker Den is on the way. Hive is on the way. He's getting ready to transition into Hydra Lurker Viper. The end game is near for Dark. Nidus going to be shut down. But again, Showtime, he just cannot rebuild. Not anymore. He has a 3-base economy as well. Hasn't rebuilt his natural. Hasn't been able to get back into that. Here we go. This time the Locust rotating over towards the left-hand side. We're looking for a dive on this fresh mining base. We could go for the army from behind or go for the base itself. Yeah, we're going for the Nexus. And Showtime is all in. At this point, Showtime is all in. Like, he cannot save this. He might be able to with the overcharge. It's going to be close. Going to be trading with the army. Oh, here we go on the front lines. The Biles! Oh my god. Once again, we take the Biles to the face. Not like this. Oh my god. Those Biles are going to be connecting. It looks like we do save the Nexus in the end. Just barely. Did sustain some hull damage. But the Zealots were able to buy enough time. This hatchery is going to be going down, by the way. Dark, even though he's maxed out, he does have inflated supply. So in a head-to-head fight, it's still going to be close. But Dark is expanding elsewhere. A safer base to take here on the right-hand side. Just because it's further away from the Protoss. And here comes another Locust Wave. And we're going to be engaging with the army. At least Showtime is in position, so we're going to trade with mainly Zealots. Can we pick off an Immortal? Oh, we're burning through the Zealots. Yeah, we only trade with Gateway units. So a decent trade from Showtime, but he's still trading against free units. That's the problem here for Showtime. Have another Locust, another Swarm Host. Swarm Host? Nidus. So you go for some Swarm Host harass. There's that transition. Hydras are on the way. Eventually Lurkers. Eventually those Lunkers as well. Nidus Swarms, they just do not stop. Lurker range in production plus 3 attack as well. We have a Prism in the main, but we have Queens in position as well. Well, Zealots are going to be diving on top of this Nidus Swarm. The Storm Hosts are exposed! The Zealots! Forcing out the Locust Wave. Very nicely done here by Showtime. He's buying time. He's slowly closing that gap when it comes to supply. Meanwhile, the Locust Wave coming back into the natural. This time, Showtime is kind of in position. Forces a recall even. And Showtime, he's recovering. He is heavily oversaturated, don't get me wrong, but he is slowly recovering, catching some units. Here we go. Darky's going straight for that Nexus. Can he focus down the base? He may have enough DPS. It's going to be close. He does get the Nexus, but what will it cost him? There's Showtime. He's diving on top of the army. There's going to be an expensive trade here for Dark. He's losing a lot of Roaches. He's losing some of his Ravagers. Biles, they connect with that. Oh, with the Observers. The Biles. Oh my god. Once again connecting. Grazing the army. Here comes another Locust Wave. This time it will get the base. The problem is, the longer this goes on, the more likely that Dark is to make some Lurkers. And defensively, Lurkers are king. They're going to be able to shut this down. Get a gateway. Don't get the base this time. But Showtime just cannot keep up with this. Dark is just being far too active. And the problem is that, like, Showtime can't go all in. He doesn't have enough. Like, he lost the base earlier. Like, he just doesn't have enough of an army to really commit. Another the Immortals! No! We get one! Do we get two? We do. Two Immortals go down. Big pickoffs. It looks like Showtime setting up a surround, though. It's a couple of Hydras. I'm still waiting for the Lurker production. We're still not there yet. There it is. 6 Lurkers all the way to the Biles! Oh my god. Biles do connect. 6 Lurkers are in production. And here comes another Locust Wave. And Showtime, he's just being pulled apart left and right over and over again. And this time, we gotta commit. There's no turning back. Locust Wave is on cooldown. Showtime can maybe make this push work, but does he have detection? The answer is no. No detection. Lurkers are in position, which means Showtime cannot push in. This is Dark's win condition to force the all-in into Lurkers. Showtime is trying to rotate around. Observers on the way, but even if he had an Observer with the army to begin with, there are just too many Lurkers. What do we do? How do we push in? We don't. Showtime is stuck, denying a 5th when he's stuck on 2 bases. Like, essentially a 2-base economy. Another Locust Wave coming out. Oh my god, that's so many probes. Oh god. Engage with the army. Nidus going to be going down. Once again, Showtime is forced back home. Stasis Traps do catch some of the Lurkers. But the positioning, we get on top of the high ground. We outposition Showtime, pushing up a ramp into a concave. Showtime may be able to break through, but this is a brutal trade for the Protoss, and he's going to lose everything. Oh my god. GG gets called, and Dark will take game number 1. Whew. GG. That was a game. GG, well played. Initially, Showtime was in a good position. Initially, Showtime was able to open up and was able to deny the all-in. Showtime had a better economy after the failed all-in of Dark, where Showtime was able to kill, what, 10+ drones, was able to force the all-in and able to deflect it beautifully. But the follow-up, the Swarm Host, that was really the MVP there for Dark. He was able to pull Showtime apart left and right, able to just, abuse the immobility of Showtime, especially early on, because of the delayed Twilight Council, delayed Blink, not too many Blink Stalkers to begin with. I mean, I believe we went charge first. It was a really good way for, again, Dark to abuse the army composition of Showtime as well. And again, that first Locust Wave doing so much damage. Showtime could never really push out, could never really engage. GG. GG, well played. And with that, we're getting into game number 2. We're looking to see if we can force an ace match. Esther, no Terrence. Pain. Catching up in the chat. Except for the puppet. True, the puppet is the MVP. But here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Hecate, we have our South Korean Zerga player representing Dragon KaiZ Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is Dark. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the German Protoss, the Blue Protoss representing Team Berlin International Gaming. It is Showtime. I hear Papa Panda down the hallway while I'm sleeping outside. Ah, Papa Panda. Beautiful. Ay, ay, ay. But yeah, for now we're just settling into this, and Showtime, he had a really good start. So to wind it back a little bit, again, I want to praise Showtime's early game. Remember, with Showtime's early game Oracle and Adept Harass, he killed so many drones that he forced the all-in out of Dark, and even then, Showtime defended beautifully against the all-in as well, only losing shield batteries and cannons and a handful of gateway units. It was a good start for Showtime in game 1, a good start, but the follow-up was where Showtime was lacking a little bit. Dark correctly identified that because of the opener and the build of Showtime, he couldn't really keep up and deal with those swarm hosts either, and Showtime, he was just stuck defending back at home, was never able to counterattack and really assert himself. Dark was all over him, but there was also so much pressure on Dark to get damage done because he was behind economically. It was a wild game. It was a wild game, and with that we find ourselves with Dark with a 1-0 lead, but now we're getting into game number 2. Game numero dos, and if Showtime were to play the same style, we spoke about it earlier, the iconic Showtime style of going Oracle into a third base, into triple Oracle, into Robo Forge, delayed Twilight Council. It's very, I don't want to say it's very, it's pretty unique to Showtime. Other players do whip it out every now and then, but Showtime's in love with it. Showtime, it's his iconic style. If he does it again here on Hecate, I do think he's gonna have more success. Hecate is a little bit more defendable here on these 3 bases, eventually 4 bases. It is a little bit more spread out in a sense, yes, but if Dark were to try to go for something like Swarmhost again, Showtime would be ready for it. He would be ready for it. Likewise on Hecate, the rush distance by ground is longer. It is longer. There's a lot more high ground, a lot more points of elevation to take advantage of, a lot more choke points as well. I do think that Showtime can have a lot more success defending and maxing out on a map like this. So if Showtime were to go for the same build, I wouldn't blame him. I would actually favor him. At least a little bit more. Meanwhile, Adepts are going to be threatening a shade. We have plenty of Lings out. We're actually making an extra wave of Lings as well. So Dark, we're going to be hyper aggressive here behind this. His goal is to delay the expansion for as long as he can. Third base is on the way. Dark could be spreading his creep, saturating his bases, getting everything set up. Meanwhile, the Lings, you can see they're looking for those Adepts. Alas, they are back at home, as the Oracle has been revealed. Again, it's going to be a Stargate opener into Oracles, into a third base. Everything is looking normal for the time being. Again, the follow-up is really what kind of determines the kind of build that Showtime is going for, the kind of play style. We'll see if he delays his Twilight Council again. So we have the second Oracle moving out as well. Behind this, Showtime should be going for another double warping of Adepts to get up to 5 Adepts, and then he's going to be harassing with 5 Adepts alongside 3 Oracles. That's typically how Showtime does handle his early game. These Queens do zone away these Oracles. They're going to be stuck in between the bases. Meanwhile, we have our answer. We do not have a delayed Twilight Council this time. It's going to be a Forge, and the Twilight Council is a much more standard follow-up here. It should be for +1 and Blink. So Showtime is going to be more active. With this, he can invest into Blink a lot earlier, of course. He can invest into his Stalkers. He can go for a Gateway Explosion and, yeah, be a lot more assertive. Meanwhile, the Oracle gets in. We get 1 drone at the third. Adept shaded as well, but the Lings are waiting. Oh, this time, Dark shuts this down. 3 drones fall, but we clean up the Adepts. We have additional Adepts shading out. Oracles try to escape. So far, good target firing just before the Spore finishes, but we do focus on one of those Oracles. And we got to surround on the Adepts as well. And we have to take stock. Looking at the units lost tab. 5 Adepts, 1 Oracle for 5 drones. Oh, that is not a good trade. Not a good trade here for Showtime. Dark shuts this down, going for a big counterattack. We do have confirmation it's not charged, it is Blink. And we confirm the amount of Stalkers as well. So, upon seeing all these Stalkers, as opposed to last game where we had an Immortal and Sentries, Dark should have a better idea of what the build itself is. Should be a lot more aware of the Blink Stalkers. Behind this, we have +1 range on the way, Roach speed. Ooh, a really early infestation, but this is a greedy move here from Dark. With this, we gain access to the Hive. We also gain access to Swarm Hosts, but against a Blink-based opener, Swarm Hosts are a lot less effective, so I'm hoping we don't really invest into that this time. Yeah, the Mass Stalkers have been revealed. There's the Gateway Explosion. 4 gates are on the way, in addition to the 3 that we already have, so 7 gates in total. And we are going to be transitioning. Meanwhile, we have the Nidus on the way. Are we going into Swarm Host again? That'd be crazy. I mean, we're still investing into Roach speed, though. I'm curious where Dark takes this as we do get the revelation. We do get eyes on the infestation pit. There it is. We're going Swarm Host. Oh my god. Dark, he's in a mood. Last game it made sense because Dark was behind. This time, Dark is in a better position, so the Swarm Host is a little bit interesting to me. I'm a little bit perplexed. So the reason why I say that Swarm Hosts are going to be less effective against Blink Stalkers are a lot more mobile, and it's going to be a lot easier for Showtime to keep up with these Nidus Worms. But for the time being, the army is being lured out into the open, and this Nidus is going to finish. The Oracles, they will come across this. The Swarm Hosts have arrived. But we're going to be able to focus some of them down. There we go, the Nidus wave, the Locust wave on the way here from the Nidus. Getting on top of the gateways. Not trading against the army. Again, we have Blinks, so we are able to avoid most of the damage. Ooh, 2 Stalkers go down and 1 gateway at the same time. The Link Roach here on the right-hand side is going to be harassing, but Showtime is keeping up. And this time, the first Locust wave doesn't do enough. This time, again, he gets a gateway in 2 units. You can see Showtime is looking, he's hunting for these Nidus Worms. Again, a much better defense this time due to the build of Showtime. He's having a much easier time keeping up. Again, I do think this was a little bit stubborn of Dark. But what I will say is that Dark, he is investing into Ling Roach Ravager. Like, he's trying to get out of the Swarm Host and into Roaches instead. Gets another gateway. See, another Nidus Worm has been found here by Showtime. Doesn't deny it, but does get eyes on it. And Zark is going to be committing. He's getting on top of a lot of these Stalkers. Meanwhile, the Nidus on the left-hand side is going to be shut down. Nidus on the right is going to complete. And here we go. Dark, he wants to commit here with half a wave of Locusts. Stalkers are taking a lot of damage here from the main army. There we go. We get into the mineral line as well. Overcharge is popped. Lings are being cleaned up. Can we get the base? We're going for the Nexus. Can we get it? Oh. It looks like we cannot. Nexus will stand strong. A lot of Roaches, a lot of Ravagers going to be going down, but Showtime has been trading with Stalkers. And looking at the battle report here, that was 15 Stalkers going down. For what? For mainly Lings and a handful of Roaches, 11 Roaches. I would say a better trade for Dark, but he doesn't have the best economy. Dark, he's only on 68 workers. This is 3 base saturation, essentially, from Dark. He doesn't really have the economy to sustain these trades. Oh. Again, Dark, he is up in supply, but it's a little bit deceptive. It is mainly Roach Ravager. They're still trading with the army, though. Trading with these Stalkers. Can he break through? He's getting a lot of Stalkers. He's gaining ground. Cannons are falling. The base getting very low as well. We have the overcharge. And here comes a Locust Wave to help support. That's a lot of Locusts. They do get baited out though. It looks like we will get the base. So Nexus falls. A very necessary pickoff here from Dark. Behind this, Lurkers. Lurker Den is on the way. Hydras as well. Dark once again trying to transition into Hydra Lurker Viper. He did break the 4th, which is very important. If it wasn't for this, Showtime would be closing the gap in supply. 100%. He'd be able to get up to, what, like 160, 170 supply at this point. And even now, the Stalkers are getting very assertive. A good concave from Showtime, getting into the mineral line, picking off what little drones are left. Again, we didn't really have much of an economy to begin with. These are expensive losses for Dark. Down to 62 drones. He's re-droning. Locust Wave was forced out. At the same time, as Zealot Runby being set up on the left-hand side, Dark doesn't have as much map control as he once did. The Hydras and Lurkers will help, but does he have anything in position? He's got some links. He's got a handful of links in position. Swarm hosts are on a bit of a trip. They're on a bit of an excursion out on the map. The Zealots, they come across the Lurkers. The Lurkers will defend the natural. They have been revealed. And we get a massive Locust Wave across the map. And what can we get done? We can get on top of the Robo. That's a second Robo on the way as well. We're going for the Cybercore, actually. Okay, I can get behind it. Cybercore goes down. No more Stalkers. We get one more Gateway as well. Not a bad pickoff. But again, you can see that Showtime, he's now re-established that fourth. As soon as he has, you can see only down 30 supply at this point, and Showtime does have the more efficient army. That was the case until the Swarm Hosts arrived. The Swarm Hosts... Sorry. Lurkers, what I meant to say. I stopped myself from saying Locusts instead of Lurkers, and I went the other way. Lurkers have arrived, and that will add a little more complexity to the army of Dark. We have Lurkers to defend, Stalkers coming in from behind. It looks like we're just weaving our way through the army. But too many Hydras. Too many Hydras are in position. Dark sending out another Locust Wave here to that fourth base. The army out of position. We're going for the Nexus. We're going for the mineral line. Lurkers dishing out a lot of damage here, but the Lurkers are exposed. A lot of workers are going down. 10 probe kills, but we're getting on top of the Lurkers. At the same time, it costs us every single Immortal. That was not a good trade here for Showtime. He lost his Immortals, lost his Archons, and it looks like Dark has done it. He has broken through at the same time. Across the map, Showtime, he shuts down the fourth base. Dark economically is hurting, but Dark has an army. And Showtime still mainly relying on Blink Stalkers. Showtime, no Colossus, no Archons, no Immortals. Again, in that last fight, 5 Archons went down. Showtime is just running out of units, running out of steam, and Dark, he's wedging himself in between the natural and the third. And he's depowering the Robos. And Artosis Pylon Locust Wave gets into the main base, taking down some of these gateways. And even if Showtime forces this back, the damage has been done. Yeah, these Lurkers are going to be cleaned up. A good fight here for Showtime. He cleans up all the Lurkers. But he lost 10 workers. His Robos were depowered. Gateways went down as well. Expensive losses. We still have that one Hydra in the main. 14 probe kills. Dark may not have an economy, but he does have an army. Does have an army here. How many Lurkers? We've got 6 Lurkers, 12 Swarm Hosts, 26 Hydras. And once again, wedging ourselves in between the bases. There is no Storm. Showtime setting up a surround, actually. He's got a lot of Stalkers here on the right. He's got Archons towards the left. The surround is just going to be collapsing on this army. But the Stalkers are a little bit late to the party. Archons are going down. Stalkers, they come in from behind. But GG is going to get called here. It's just too much Zerg. And Dark will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. A solid series there out of Dark. Showtime had a much better response to the Swarm Host this time. In game number 2, he was able to have a much stronger mid-game, but eventually Showtime, he was losing his fourth base a little bit too much. He was losing too much of his economy, and Showtime could not sustain himself. Just barely, though. Just barely couldn't sustain himself. Just barely he was losing his fourth again and again. And Showtime did end up falling here to Dark. I think a big reason for this, the momentum was swinging more and more in favor of Dark when he got his Lurkers. Before then, Showtime, he was minimizing his losses. He was keeping up with the Swarm Hosts, with the Locust Waves. Showtime was holding his own. But then when the Lurkers arrived, Showtime just wasn't really set up for it. He wasn't ready for it. Didn't have the production, didn't have the army composition for it, and did struggle. Did struggle in the end. GG, well played. With that, we are getting ready for the grand finals. We are getting ready for Dark versus Hero. Let's go. It is going to be a best of 5 at grand finals. Let's get ready for it. Vetoes are underway. And I'm catching up in the chat. I no. He's telling us his confessions. His sins, Papi, his sins. You ate a duck. Who did you eat? Did you eat me, Papi? Oh no. Leave me alone. Don't eat me. Did you eat steel mold? How did the duck taste? You're an animal. Yeah. Regardless, GG, well played. We are getting ready for those grand finals. At the same time, I believe Masters Coliseum has commenced. A lot of matches have been ongoing. And again, hopefully we can catch the tail end of Masters Coliseum soon, TM. Hopefully we can get there. I have so many chat channels. Like, oh, predictions. My apologies. I've been missing out on the predictions recently, but I will try to get them underway as well. It's my best to get them underway. Set up for our best of 5 grand finals. Here we go. As a reminder, after this, we do have another tournament to broadcast. We're going right into Masters Coliseum after this event. Finals of best of 5. Dark. And here. Here we go. So again, if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on how you think this series will unfold, on who you think is going to be this week's ESL Open Cup Asia champion. It's going to be either our Zerg or our Protoss. Up to you to determine who you want to place those bets on. Again, predictions are open for a couple of minutes. Good luck. Good luck, as I just announced it in the chat. Predictions open. Beautiful. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Hardlead, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing CranKy Gaming. It is Dark. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, representing CranKy Gaming, as a drone is being sent across the map. It is Hero. And here we go. The drone is on the way. Darky is very fond of going for a hatch block or even a proxy hatch. And we're just lying in wait here, ready to go in. And there we go. We have the proxy hatch on the way. This has been, if you've been watching Dark over the past 2-3 months, Dark is very fond of this in this matchup, especially when there is no ramp leading into the natural, which is very prevalent in this map pool. We saw it a lot in the previous map pool on maps like Ancient Cistern, Gressvan, for example. And here in the current map pool, ramps leading into the natural are that much more uncommon. So Dark is committing to some cheese. Let's go. Proxy hatch here outside the bases of Hero. Hero still in the dark. He does scout, he does check, he does see. Hero knows. He's now aware of what's going on. Now, Hero has defended against this in the past. This is not the first time that Dark has proxied Hero. Hero ideally is going to be working on a forge behind this for cannons. Looks like he's skipping the forge and relying on gateway units instead. So a very greedy maneuver here from Hero. We can see that Hero, he's also denying the expansion of Dark. Pylon has been thrown down. He's forcing Dark to commit. Spawning pool is finishing. Again, this wasn't a 12 pool alongside this, but Lings are on the way. Queens as well. Queens are on the way as well. Again, Dark, he wants that. Being denied that expansion over and over again. That's a lot of damage being done. We do have 2 Zealots. Roach Warren's on the way. Dark, again, he's doubling down. But this hatchery, it's gonna fall. There's no saving it. There's no saving this base. A couple of Lings do trickle into the main. Queen does not pop out. Dark, I do think that he's trying to preserve this larva as best he can. Things are on the way. Can we morph in some? It's gonna be close. Can we morph through it? We can. Roaches, they're in production. Can we get 2 more? We can. There we go. Roaches are on the way, just barely in time before the creep does recede. Lings are waiting as well. We're waiting for the roaches, then we can collapse on this. It's gonna be close. Roaches just now popping. Go. We need to go in. Roaches have arrived so far. Good kiting here from Dark. He comes in from behind as well. The Lings do dive. And can he get the adepts? Oh, he gets barely not. Doesn't get the adepts. Does save that Roach though, morphing it into a Ravager. Ling speed is on the way, and Dark keeps flooding across the map with Speedlings. We got Roaches, Ravagers, and Speedlings. Hero trying to defend back at home. We have a shield battery, second shield battery on the way. That's not a lot to work with. God, I can't believe that one adept is still alive. Is still alive here, as Dark is amassing more Lings, more Ravagers. Oh. Pile's going to be threatening that wall. Again, 2 Ravagers not going to be enough here. So many shield batteries. We are holding the line. We avoid the battles once again. We're up to 3, soon to be 5 Stalkers. Dark just does not have enough to break through. Not yet. There we go. 3rd Ravager on the way. We are getting damage done at least to that Cyber Core. But this is looking better and better for Hero as time goes on. He's building up that sword count. GG gets called. Hero shuts this down. And Hero will take game number 1. Let's go. GG again. Dark wasn't really intending to go all in with that. He was forced all in. If you saw Dark, he was trying to expand behind it. There's a reason why Dark didn't 12 pull alongside it. Otherwise, we would have been seeing a bigger commitment there. And yeah, Dark was just forced into a really awkward position where he didn't really want to go all in. It was a little bit awkward as a result, and Hero shut it down. Very nicely done. Very nicely done there out of Hero, keeping a cool, calm, and collected head. Really nice control, micro, shield batteries finishing up, of course, and yeah, Dark, he just ran out of steam. Ran out of steam. Here we go. Now we're getting into our next game. Heading into game number 2 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our South Korean Zerg player, our Red Zerg, representing CranKy Z Gaming. Down in this series, we're going to fight back. It is Dark. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, representing CranKy Z Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is Hero. Here we go. See down in chat. I tuned back into Proxy Hatch. What the heck? Thorn is just memeing, by the way. It's standard play, quote unquote standard for Dark. Dark very commonly goes for Proxy Hatches in ZVP. That is true. Very true. But that is only akin to Dark. Like the other top tier Zerg players like Solar, Raynor, Serral, even players like DRG, for example, they don't go for proxy hatches whatsoever. It is very unique and very akin to Dark specifically, just because he's one of the more aggressive and more adventurous Zerg players out there. It's what makes him a little bit more unique and a little more fun to watch. Even Shin, who's known for also being an aggressive Zerg player in Korea, doesn't necessarily go for this too often. And there it is, once again, proxy hatch. This time, going to be a hatch block. So there's going to be a double hatch opener here from Dark into his gas. As we mentioned before, this is very common from Dark. He is very, very fond of going for hatch blocks whenever he can. This is just a way to delay the economy. This is not aggressive. This is not all in. This is just a way to try to disrupt the opener of the Protoss. Thank you so much, Zagreus. Thank you for the Twitch Prime 3 months. Gracias, papi, gracias. Roddy just reminded me that I have this. I mean, we don't really mention that, but I guess if you have Twitch Prime, you know, it's if you want to support us, you can. We do send out replay packs to all of our subscribers on Discord, and we also have plenty of emotes as well. Thank you for the support. Always do appreciate it. As Zealots are moving out, we force a cancel on this space. From here, Dark typically tries to go for a gas steal. We'll see if he can get away with it though, as probes are on the move. Dark going for that gas, guys. A hero's in position, takes the gas, and will not allow Dark to steal it. Again, this is not Hero's first rodeo. Across the map, Dark again taking his expansions. We have Queens on the way, Link Speed as well. Now, the dangerous thing here for Dark is that, of course, he has to deal with these Zealots. Like, he forced out Zealots from Hero because he had to deny that expansion, or that hatchery. Ooh, and Hero's going for a very aggressive follow-up here, going for a Twilight Council. Okay, Zealots will be cleaned up. They're trading well. Good positioning here from Hero, denying as much surface area as possible. Hero will trade well against those Lings. Adepts, they shade in, and they deny any mining at the natural base. And again, behind this is looking like Glaive Adepts, but we'll see what Hero commits to. Again, on the flip side, Dark is a very aggressive Zerg player. Likewise, Hero is a very aggressive Protoss player as well. Unlike some of the other top-tier Protosses, I'm talking about like Max Pax and Showtime and Classic, Hero is very fond of Glaives whenever he can get away with it. We'll see if it's going to be Glaives or a Dark Shrine. We have options. Still only have our second gateway on the way. Hero, he can still invest in either direction. And there it is. It is going to be a Dark Shrine opener. DT's on the way for Hero. The Lings are going to try and punish this Stalker. Oh, they're going to surround. No shield battery. The Stalker is going to get picked off. A nice catch from Dark. Meanwhile, the Overlord goes in, does get eyes on the Twilight Council and the Dark Shrine as well. Hero should know that he got scouted, but the power of a DT opener isn't necessarily in the DTs, it is in the Archons. Archon drop afterwards can also do a lot of damage and can trade very well. Adepts are going to be threatening a shade. And they do not commit. Just threatening that natural. Also, I did hear it during as we were covering some of these games. So here we go. We do have the Queens even looking to waddle out, trying to catch these Adepts. But a big shout out to Babi Dada DADA. Thank you so much for tipping $6.90. Nice, $6.90. I love your cast. Thank you. Oh, thank you for the support. Thank you for the tip, the donation. Gracias. We always do appreciate it. As the Adepts are going to be dealt with, DTs are waddling on in, but we have detection. We have spores in every single base, both in the main, the natural, and the third. The Dark Templar can still get damage done, don't get me wrong, and they do head towards that natural. They go straight for the drones. Oh my god, and so many workers are going down. The Lings are out of position. 12, 15. This is too much. 15 workers fall here. Hero taking a massive economic lead, and Dark, he's in a lot of trouble. 15 drones. Dark, his Lings were out of position. He was forced to engage, and even though there was detection, all he could do was just watch and see the DTs kill him at the natural base. And Dark, he's droning. I was gonna say that this should force an all-in out of Dark. That's usually what happens, but he doesn't have an economy to go all in. He's just stuck droning, doesn't really have a lot of tech either. The layer's still on the way. Adepts, they shade in. They don't kill any workers, but they deny mining it. Ah, God, that's all they really have to do. That's all they need to do. We have more Archons on the way. First Archon is morphed in. Second Archon in production. Behind this, Hero is working towards what looks to be a 2-base all-in. Immortal production, charge on the way, +1. Hero doesn't have to expand, but he should be looking to take a third. He's only working on 6 gateways. Yeah, 6 gates. That's a lot of gates. The Archons dip in. Merry Christmas. Vishovich Svat? Something like that. Yeah, kind of. Merry Christmas in Polish. Merry Christmas. Do have the prison dipping into the main as well. We've already done plenty of economic damage. We're just trading with the army. We want a roach if possible. Let's transfuse. Oh, a bit of miscontrol out of Hero losing one of his Archons. That should not have happened. One Archon does go down. Spire is on the way. Bold move here from Dark, but honestly, Dark has to do something crazy to catch back up. To claw his way back into this game, we have to do something wild, and the wild thing is going to be Mutas. Mutas are going to be on the way for Dark. Link's going to be harassing, but Hero is pushing. He's going to be reinforcing with his Prism. I'm loving the positioning here of the Spore. But Hero, he's pushing right down the middle, and what do we have to defend? We have a handful of Roaches, we have 3 Ravagers on the way, the Queens are being brought forward. I'm loving the wall of Spores. Zoning away that Prism. And can Hero pull this off? Can he break Dark Hero now? He's up to 3 Immortals. Oh my God, the Force Fields, they slice up the army. The Queens go down almost instantly. The Zelsa getting into the mineral line as well, and Hero, he's snowballing out of control. He's getting on top of the army. Dark, he was thinking about, he wanted to get into Mutas, but alas, can he survive that long? Boys are being pulled into Archons. It looks like we're holding. We are barely holding on here. We do get on top of the army, get on top of the Archons. 1 Immortal goes down. The Wiles, they take down the Prism. But that wasn't an easy trade. Dark, he lost 17 drones. Almost every worker in that mineral line went down. But he's cleaning up the Immortals. They get a good trade. Kind of. Kind of a good trade here, as Hero will be losing the rest of his Zealots. Behind this, getting into Disruptors. And Dark would love to invest into Mutas, but he doesn't have the best economy behind this. He needs a little bit more here, a little bit more gas, a little bit more minerals. Looking at the battle report, okay, the trades. Hero lost 3 Immortals, 2 Archons, and a Gateway army. 17 drones, 24 Roaches. Hero, he traded well. Didn't kill his opponents, but did cripple Dark again. Now Dark is going to be investing into those Mutas. We have 6 Mutas on the way. They have potential for damage. Blink, not even halfway done. Without Blink, it's going to be difficult to keep up. We don't have any stack defense. No cannons, no shield batteries in any of these mineral lines. Hero, he is not ready for Mutas. He is not expecting Mutas. He didn't scout them. But now he does. Hallucinations, they do come across those Mutas. Hero immediately responding, getting in position. Shield batteries are on the way. A quick reaction out of Hero, but is it fast enough? Mutas, they slip into the main, but Stalkers are in position. Really good foresight here from Hero. Does lose 3 workers, but the natural is exposed. And Dark gets into the natural waste. At the same time, we have Roaches denying the 4th. Only 4 probes, though. Again, because Hero was able to warp in, was able to get ready with those shield batteries, he minimizes his losses. Hero only losing 4 workers, which means Hero is still ahead in the economy. On the one hand, Dark does have more drones, slightly, true, but ideally, the Zerg player wants to be up in bases and up in workers, and Dark is even. Hero's in a better position. Disruptors are on the way. We're doubling down on Mutas. We have +1 air attack, and Dark is still pumping out nothing but Mutas. It's all about the muta. And again, there's a lot of value in Mutas, but oh, we do lose 1. Mutas, they can snowball out of control if you get enough of them. If you do hit critical mass of Mutas, you can go toe-to-toe and shut down these Stalkers. But Hero, he's reinforcing with Archons. That does make things a little bit more complicated. Archons in this situation are going to be ideal. If they can engage with the Mutalisks, Archons are going to just shut them down. But here we go. Dark trying to catch these Stalkers. How many Mutas? 19. Soon to be 21. 21 Mutas are on the way. Dark avoids the main army, going for a big counterattack. Going for the mineral line, and he has enough to shut down the shield batteries, the Stalkers, and we're going for a base trade. A full-on base trade here. It's the only way here for Dark. Show us the Novas. Miles not quite going to be connecting. Disruptors pushing forward as well. The Roaches are doing what they can. They're going to be able to get one of the Archons' big pickoff. Every dead Archon makes it that much easier for the Mutas to engage. But as I say that, the Mutas are forced back. They get a mineral line. They get 19 probes. But that may not be enough. As Hero, he's breaking into the natural good force field as well. Keeping the ground army of the Nova! Massive Nova on the ramp. Oh my god! The force fields are clutch. Keeping Dark back. GG gets called, and Hero will take a 2-0 lead in the finals. GG. GG, well played. Again, really good force fields and overall really solid play out of Hero. Again, Hero, he just had such a strong start as well, going for those Dark Templar. Remember, the Dark Templar, they killed 15 drones. 15 workers went down instantly to those Dark Templar. With that, Hero was ahead. He followed that up with an Immortal push, which did cripple the economy for a second time for Dark. And the Hail Mary play for Dark was Mutas. That was like the base trade was the best case scenario, the only way for Dark to maybe get a win. But even then, Hero was in control. Hero had plenty to defend, and Dark couldn't really commit to the base trade that he initiated. Could not commit. And now Hero is one game away. One game away from becoming this week's ESL Open Cup Asia champion. Uno más. One more is all he needs. Meanwhile, when it comes to the Asia qualifier, looks like it's still underway, thankfully. There's still a lot of matches ongoing here, and hopefully we're able to catch some of those matches down the line. But for now, we're continuing our grand finals, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Solaris, we have the South Korean Zerg player. The Red Zerg. The Red Zerg player going for a 12 pool. We're doubling down. Representing Dragon KZ Gaming, DKZ, it is Dark. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss, the blue Protoss player also representing Dragon KZ Gaming. They are teammates. DKZ, it is Hero. Hero, he gets across the map with the probe scout. Meanwhile, Dark is committing. He's going for a 12 pool alongside a proxy hatch. The drone makes it look like he's looking to expand elsewhere, but Hero, he goes into the main, and he does confirm the 12 pool. Very important scout here by Hero. Gets eyes on the 12 pool. Now he's going to be confirming that there is no expansion, and back at home, he's walling off 2-gate opener. Oh my god, Hero! With the hard counter. Instead of going for a gate expand, he's going for a 2-gate opener instead. Very defensive. He's walling off. The drone arrives. We're going to try to commit here to the proxy hatch. So with this hatchery, we're going to try to reduce surface area, or trying to make it a little bit more awkward and make it a little bit easier to engage and get on top of these gateways. I say reduce surface area. Have more available surface area here for the Zerg. Links are arriving. First Zealot is coming out, and we'll see if Hero can hold on. He sends his Zealot out. He's crazy. Oh my god. Alright, it's a full wall, of course. Just realized. It is a full wall. We join up with the probe to help support that Zealot so far. Good control out of Hero, avoiding the surround. Oh my god, I love it. Just body blocking with the probe, trading so well. Eventually, this Zealot will fall, but he traded as best as he could, and he will clean this up. He cleans up all the Lings. Shield batteries on the way, Adepts as well. A solid start for Hero. He killed 6 Lings with 1 Zealot. Here at Dark, he's trying to trade well, but he's losing too much. Too much momentum here. Darky's trying to transition, expanding back at home. He lost every single Ling. And here come the Adepts. The Adept is going to have a bit of a harder time, but the shield battery is finishing. And the shield battery will keep the Adept alive. And Darky's just bleeding out units. We still have more Lings on the way. Spine Crawler as well. But the Adept, there we go, getting within range of the shield battery. Second Adept racing back home as well. I don't know if this Spine Crawler is going to finish, to be honest. It's going to be close. We have 3, soon to be 4 Adepts. There's no way, there's no shot. The Queen is coming out. The Queen will help. We're getting so much DPS done here on this. Queen focusing down the Adept. We force a cancel. And the Adepts are going across the map. Hero, he's going for the kill move. What do we have at home to defend it? No Queens! No Queens to defend. Hero is shading in, and he's looking to close out this series, to close out this game. We go for the surround. Good stutter stepping from Hero. Avoiding those Lings, avoiding the drones. He's going to be pinned into a corner. But these are good trades for the Protoss. Across the map, one gateway did fall in the main base. We have a Robo on the way. Shield battery. It looks like Hero, he's prepared to lose control of the low ground. As he kills 9 workers, GG gets called. There is no economy left. And Hero easily defends against the 12 pool, defends against the proxy hatch, and Hero is going to be this week's ESL Open Cup Asia champion. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Congratulations to Hero for taking the series in the end, for getting the 3-0, a solid performance out of Hero. And this tracks. If you're familiar with these two players, you would know that Hero and Dark, they face off a lot. They face off very often in these online tournaments, and Hero is favored. Hero is usually the one to come out on top and to close things out. GG, well played. A very solid performance there out of Hero, and yeah, it does assert his dominance once again in this matchup, at least. In this matchup. And with that, we have crowned our champion. We have our first matchup here in the books. Our first event for tonight in the books here, as we wrap up ESL Open Cup Asia, but we have more to come. We have plenty more available here, as I'm just trying to make sure that I have eyes on our players. With that does conclude ESL Open Cup Asia, our first weekly EPT weekly of the week. We have Europe in a couple of hours, and we have NA in like 12 hours time, so gonna be a pretty intense day of StarCraft. And what I meant earlier is the fact that we still have more StarCraft to come. We still have another matchup. Here. We still have Masters Coliseum. The Masters Coliseum qualifiers are upon us, and we're getting ready for our next series, actually. Oh boy. So we're going to be going on a short break. I need to very quickly set up overlays. And titles, and I need to change everything. Congratulations to Hero. Again, just proving his mettle here, proving his might as he does take the win. Meanwhile, Masters Coliseum qualifiers have begun today. We have the Asia qualifiers. Tomorrow, I think, is Korea. We have like the Korea, Europe, America. Every region has its own qualifiers for a big premier tournament. The Masters Coliseum number 7. I'm going to be quickly going on a short break, and when we return, we have the semifinals of Masters Coliseum, the Asia qualifier. It's going to be Firefly versus Nice in a PvP. Then after that, we have a qualifying match. So we will see you guys in a couple of minutes while I get ready. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Oh, just... Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our second broadcast of the day. Welcome back to Masters Coliseum number 7, the Asia Qualifier. And spawning in the top right-hand corner. In the top right-hand corner of Solaris, we have our Chinese Protoss player, the blue Protoss player, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Firefly. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Taiwanese Protoss, the red Protoss, representing Starlight Twinkle. It is Nice. And here we go. Sorry, I'm just a little bit frazzled. Just getting into our next series here. Again, for those that are curious, we just wrapped up with ESL of Asia, and now we are live with Masters Coliseum. This is, of course, a seasonal premiere event. We did cast and cover Masters Coliseum number 6 after WTL Summer, and now we are here with Masters Coliseum 7 after WTL Winter. For those that are curious, Masters Coliseum is actually run and organized by SC Boy. Do love to see them, as they do organize World Team League alongside Kung Fu Cup, and both World Team League and Kung Fu Cup provide points to be invited to the end of season Masters Coliseum, a big premier tournament where we invite all the highest rated players with the highest ELOs in WTL. Now, outside of inviting players, there are also regional qualifiers. We have a qualifier for Asia, for Europe, for Korea, and for the Americas as well. And this qualifier has been ongoing during ESL Asia. During ESL Asia, it was ongoing, and we are at the tail end. We have 3 series to go. We have the upper semis, which is where we are here, the lower semifinals, and a qualifying match. The qualifying match as well. Only one amongst all these players will advance on. Exclamation mark B in the chat. I believe the command is going to be updated soon for the challenge bracket. If you guys want to have a look at the bracket, maybe the Wikipedia page as well, it'll be available for you as Firefly is going to be setting up. We are diving into game 1 of this series. It is going to be a Twilight Council opener out of Nice, and we have a probe hidden out on the map. Oh boy, it's going to be a blink-based opener. This could lead into a 1-base all-in. We could commit to a proxy gateway. Meanwhile, Firefly back at home being as active as possible, going double adept. I was just trying to very quickly set up all the scenes. I think for the most part everything is set up, just barely. I think I still have to set up the bracket scene, but we'll get there. We'll get there after we wrap up. We will get there. As for now, Stalkers are moving out. We do have a robo-based opener. Very defensive opening here from Firefly, as Nice is committing to a 1-base all-in. There we go. Proxy gateways out on the map. Nice going to be committing here, and Firefly is setting up for eventually Immortal production. Let's go. I'm just catching up the chat as adepts are going to be moving in. How many adepts do we have? We have 8 adepts. Oh my god. That's a lot of adepts, spot. And we're looking to shade past all these stalkers, shade into the mineral line here of Nice, but Nice has a full wall off with a gateway. And that is going to be 3 gates back at home, a 4th gateway across the map. Again, Nice is committing to a 1-base all-in. The stalkers are forced back home. And the adepts, they're racing back. It looks like Firefly has recognized what's been happening. Shield battery is on the way. Immortal production has commenced. Firefly is just trying to buy as much time as possible here to make as many Immortals as he can. Once again, threatening a shade, but Nice is committed. Nice, he is going to be committed here. We are pushing towards that natural. Again, Sentry's in position. First Immortal has arrived. Second Immortal's on the way. Second shield battery finishes up just in time as well. Good force fields. We have Blink. We do blink away. So far, Firefly doing a great job of just buying time. Still hasn't triggered those shield batteries. Not yet. Hasn't triggered the overcharge is what I meant to say. Nice is going to be committing. We dive on top of the Immortals. The first one goes down. Overcharge a little bit too late. We focus down the shield battery as well, and does Nice have enough? Another Immortal has arrived. And it looks like Nice is being forced back. Ooh, some expensive losses here for the Red Protoss. But we did end up forcing out that overcharge. Do we have enough to break through? For now, the answer is no. For now, Firefly is holding. Second Immortal just swapped out as well. Join the first. We are going to be forcing this back. And again, the longer this goes on, the better it is for Firefly. Firefly has a better economy. He has the 2 bases mining. He has, of course, Immortals, which is going to be scaling a lot better here into the mid-game as well. The shield is triggered on one of those Immortals. We're picking up an Adept. Nice continues to dance with this army. Trying to pick up whatever he can. Gets another Adept as well. Whatever unit he can get does count. But now we're up to 3 Immortals. With 3, I don't think it's enough. I don't think we can break through. We're going to try, though. We have 3 Immortals and an Overcharge. Nice is trying to pick up whatever he can. But now here we go. We're committing. We can 2-shot the Immortals. We get 1. Behind this, we just keep warping in. Still no expansion. We're fully walled off as well. We can't expand. Wait for the chrono on those gateways. Just trying to warp in as much as we can. We dive in again for a 3rd time. We get 1 Immortal. We're going for a 2nd as well. We're running out of steam. We're running out of Stalkers. Again, that was 9 Stalkers for 2 Immortals. And we still have continued Immortal production. Sure, they may be being knocked down here, but again, Firefly has the better economy. We are picking off a Stalker at a time. Decent blinks here out of Nice. Decent. So no longer that one-shot range. We've been all in for 8 minutes, but we get a sentry. Pretty good. We do trigger that shield as once again. And that means we want to dive in. That Immortal is going to be that much more vulnerable without those shields. Nice. Picking off a Zealots. 3rd Immortal has our... Ah, God. Once again, we're back up to 3 Immortals. Whittling away at this army, trying to at least once again trying to trigger those shields as well. And here we go, we commit. Get an Immortal. Cleaner trade this time from Nice. Just 3 Stalkers for 1 Immortal. Doing a great job at triggering those shields. And how many Stalkers? We're up to 19 Stalkers. Yo, can Nice pull this off? I think we might be able to. We're going in. There we go. We get 1. We got 1 Immortal, we get a 2nd Immortal as well, but oh god, once again, we're being forced back. We had 19, we're down to 14. 1 Immortal remaining, but the Overcharge will keep it alive. And Nice, he's running out of money. He's running out of mineral patches in the main base. He's running out of steam. We're back up to 2 Immortals, and yeah, with this, it's been a pretty intense game, a pretty intense defense here from Firefly. He has efficient mining. Nice doesn't. And at this point, I think Firefly has done it. I mean, again, it doesn't get easier from here is the problem. We're back up to 14 Stalkers, 15 now. We're diving in, we get the Prism. Good pickup. We get the Prism, but it's not going to be enough. GG gets called, and Firefly will hold. He will defend, and he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Game 1 does go the way of Firefly, but it's a best of 3. It is going to be a best of 3. We still have more games ahead of us. Oh, as game number 2 is going to be an interesting one. We're going to be loading into Radisson Station. Okay. I'm here for it. Just catching up with the chat. There's only one gift we need from these two players. 3 more games. Unfortunately, we didn't quite get it in the end. Unfortunately. I thought he was done for the year. Who was done for the year? You mean, Dark and Hero? I know Dark has, I know he has military service soon. I don't know if Dark can actually go to IM Katowice. That's definitely an interesting one. It's been a year since Dark was, Dark, did let it be known that he was, like, soon to be going into the military. But, regardless, we're getting back into this and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Radisson Station in the semi-finals of Masters Coliseum, the 7th Asia Qualifier. Masters Coliseum 7, the Asia Qualifier. We have the Blue Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes leading the series 1-0. It is Firefly. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Taiwanese Protoss, the best player in all of Taiwan, representing Starlight Twinkle. It is Nice. Nice. But again, there is only one slot available in this qualifier. If you're curious, when it comes to this region, where is Oliveira? I believe Oliveira is already invited. I believe he's already invited into the main event. I believe that is the case. Let me just double check. And yes, Oliveira is invited. So basically from the WTL standings, we have players like Oliveira, Max Pax, Hero, Dark, Cyril, Solar, Shin, Yan, many others. We can go over all the invited players. I guess once we wrap up with the qualifier, we can go over all those players. Until then, we're getting into our openers. We're on Radisson Station. Firefly going for a double gate opener. Interesting choice. On a map as large as this, on a map as kind of defensive as Radisson Station, it is a lot more commonplace to go for what Nice is going for. It is going to be a gate expand. Gate expand into the Cybercore. Very economic opener at a Nice. It looks like Firefly wants to be the aggressor this time. And there we go. We do have a 2-gate opener from Firefly into a proxy. This looks like a proxy Stargate. That would make sense based on this positioning. A Stargate-based opener is designed to get into an expansion. It is not an all-in. Ooh, but it's going to be a Robo instead. Okay. It looks like Adepts. Yep, okay. So, this Robo is... We can eventually get into Immortals, but this should be a proxy Prism. Basically, a proxy War Prism. Adepts are on the way, and this is a way to pick up those Adepts and ferry them into the bases here of Nice and get economic damage done and try to punish the greed of Nice. Now, Nice is going to be walling off. There's a full wall here at the natural with our eventually second gateway. Stalkers are on the way as well. Ooh, and Nice, he is going to be patrolling and checking that pocket. Loving the scouting here from Nice. He's just making sure there's nothing hidden in his pocket. In his pocket base, I should say. At his third. Robo is done. War Prism's on the way. Adepts moving on out. And we should be confirming, of course, the fact that there is a full wall available. There it is, Adepts. They do commit to the shade. We get eyes on the setup, on the shield battery. Full wall up. And now we have to try to get in through another means. By other means. There we go. The Immortals on the way. That's going to be a 3rd gateway. So Firefly is going for a 1-base all-in. A 1-base all-in from Firefly. How the turns have tabled. Last game it was Nice going for the all-in, and now it's going to be Firefly instead as he loads in 4 Adepts. It's a lot of Adepts. There we go. We're going to be dipping into the bases. Shield batteries finishing up, but Adepts, they can one-shot Workers. 2 of them can one-shot 4 of them. More than enough DPS. We can go even for the sentry. Think about it. But again, we're just denying any kind of mining here into the main base. Shading towards that natural. We do commit. And even more probes are going down. So far, only 3. Not too bad. Prism has a ride. We can juggle. Can, of course, juggle these adepts. Keep them alive. But we are in position. So far, we're defending. But here we go. Here comes the follow-up. Here comes the Immortal. As the Warp Prism is forced out of the bases. Additional adepts on the way. Nice. I love that he did open up Robo as well. So he's getting his own Immortal defensively. We're just ferrying into the main, though. Ferrying into the bases of Nice. And with Immortals, we can focus down some of these shield batteries, the pylons, the army itself. Suddenly, we can go toe-to-toe with the Stalkers as we avoid the natural, go straight to the main base. Sentry's force fields are not going to be good enough. We focus down the Stalkers. And Firefly may just have too much. Yeah, we need that overcharge. Boys are being pulled. Shield battery goes down. Boys being pulled into Adepts, by the way. But we are forcing this back. We do take quite a bit of economic damage, but the Adepts are going down. The Immortal's taking a lot of damage. Up. Oh, we do miss the juggling there. We do miss the pickup. A big pickoff, and Nice, he's holding. If Firefly were able to keep that Immortal alive, we could be seeing a different story here, but Nice. You know, he's down in workers, but he's making 2 at a time. Getting his own Warp Prism. Firefly not finding too much success here. He's going to be able to pick away at the Cybercore at least. He's going to be able to bring it down. At the same time, Immortals are going to be, leaping over the wall here. Oh my god. As I say, get into the main base. Firefly, he's reliant here on economic damage. And he's getting a lot done. Oh my god, that's another 7 dead workers. Meanwhile, the Immortal is going to escape. Nice, he wants to chase this down, and he should be able to. The Immortal! The Immortal of Firefly, it's going to go down. We do have a second Immortal here, but can we really trade? We can't. 2 Immortals for nothing. Good control out of Nice. Keeping both Immortals alive, but Nice, he's down to 12 probes. He barely has an economy. But he has 3 Immortals. It's quite a lot. There's 3 Immortals available. Another probe goes down. Every probe counts. Firefly rotating over. Cybercore is low from earlier. We can threaten it. Yeah, forcing the overcharge. Prism goes into the main base, which means the Immortals are once again exposed. How good is the juggling going to be? How good is the control from our players? Can we get one? Can we get an Immortal? Oh my god. Just barely, we cannot. Oh, we get one. Now we're down to 2. Nice, he's in a bit of trouble here. Bar, good juggling. Oh, these adepts, they take so many hits to the face. Firefly peels off a couple of adepts and heads into the main base instead. Doesn't get too much done, but he does drag away those Immortals. He's getting so much done here to the production. Force field is thrown down. We're running out of steam though. Firefly has to be careful. But he's getting back into the main. He's pulling Nice apart. 2 gateways go down and the Cybercore as well. Forcing the overcharge, but probes are falling left and right. Firefly, he's committing though. He's going to be losing. He has to be careful not to lose these Immortals. They are exposed. But let's say shade to the low ground, and now here everything comes together. Firefly is breaking through. Nice out of position. And GG is called. Nice, he is pulled apart. He was holding, he was surviving. And then everything went south for our red Protoss player. GG gets called. Firefly, he does make it to a qualifying match. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Firefly. Oh, sorry. Hold on. That's not correct. Wait, what? There we go. There we go. Some reason the overlay was a little bit incorrect. But there we go. Firefly does take the 2-0 in the end. It does come out on top over nice. And we can take a moment here to have a look at the bracket while vetoes are underway. Was the GPO bracket from the weekend. And we are back. Bam. With the Masters Coliseum bracket instead. And here we go. We have our next matchup getting ready for us. It is going to be a PVT between Cyan and Coffee. I need to very quickly set this up. One moment. There we go. So again, we have 2 series remaining here in this qualifier. Again, this qualifier was going on while we were casting ESL Open Cup Asia, which is why we missed out on the first round. We missed out on what matches did occur here. We had Cyan taking down Home Mono 2-1. Very solid performance there out of Cyan. My condolences to Home Mono. I was hoping that he could maybe have a deeper run, but he does get knocked down. Meanwhile, that quadruple V, or the 5 Vs, quintuple V even, that is Silky. So that was Silky versus Cyan. It looks like it went to the ace match, but Cyan did come out on top, did eliminate Silky from the qualifier. Nice 2-0 Jeshi. Very impressive, actually. I would have favored Jeshi there, but Nice was able to bring him down. And Firefly took down Rex 2-1, went to the ace match. But the 2 Zerg players did fall, Rex and Silky. They were knocked out. We have Firefly, of course, waiting in the finals. And we're to determine, does Firefly face off against a Terran or a Protoss? Is it going to be Cyan or Coffee? Yet to be determined. Yet to be determined. I will open up predictions for the qualifying match, which will be the finals. Essentially. The finals or the qualifying match. So we'll set up predictions for that. Until then, though, we still have another best of 3 to determine who makes it through. Who will make it? Just posting on Twitter, making sure that everything is looking as it should here. Ooh, as we're getting ready for that TVP, Cyan versus Coffee. This is going to be a hard one to call, to be honest. I think I favor Coffee. I know Coffee has been looking really good recently, but at the same time, Cyan also recently qualified for IM Katowice. He has been also looking very in form. It's a hard one to call here. I'm hoping for an ace match. I'm hoping for a back and forth, but it's going to be on our players here. I feel like it's going to be on Coffee. He is a very aggressive player, very assertive. He is one to dictate the pace of the game. As vetoes are done, we're going to be loading into game number 1. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Hecate, we have the Chinese Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Little Fairy. It is Coffee. And spawning in the top right, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Protoss player representing Mystery Gaming. His new team was once a camel, always a camel, but for now, representing Mystery Gaming, it is Cyan. Go. And again, we have a night full of casting. I'm still on the fence. I'm still very much so on the fence whether I want to cast ESL Open Cup Europe. It would be nice to have some food today. It would. Still, I mean, I had breakfast, don't get me wrong, but it's almost midnight. It's almost midnight here in Australia. It's almost Boxing Day in Australia, almost the 26th. We're half an hour away from Boxing Day. And, I don't know, part of me wants to take it a little bit easier. I mean, I say that, we're casting quite a lot already, but, yeah, we'll see how I feel. We'll see how I feel going into ESL Cup Europe. I was concerned that Roddy and Wardy wouldn't be covering ESL Europe, but if Wardy is here covering Masters Coliseum, he's most likely going to stay up and cover ESL Cup Europe as well. So that's like one more reason for me not to cast the Europe Cup. So we'll see. See what happens. We'll see how things unfold. For now, we're going to be settling into this. It is going to be a Rax Expand from Coffee. Likewise, we have a Gate Expand into a Cybercore here from Cyan. So pretty standard openers overall. Oh, and here is our follow-up, Coffee. Okay, not just going for an economic opener, but he's going for a really interesting follow-up. This looks like a 3 Rax. We have a second Rax, and I imagine a third. Yep, there we go. Third Rax is on the way, so it's going to be a 3 Rax follow-up. This is designed to shut down and abuse a Stargate opener. Oh my, but that is not a Stargate. That is a Robo. Okay. Show us what you got. So again, this build from Coffee is ideal against Stargate openers just because Phoenixes don't really help against Mass Marine. And the stim timing can be deadly. Fun fact though, Robo openers used to be a lot more commonplace. Nowadays they're a lot more niche. Nowadays it's either a Stargate or a Twilight Council, but Robo openers mean one thing only. I mean, they mean a couple of things, but they lead into really fast Colossus production. It's a very defensive way to play, very defensive. You lack map control. You lack map control. There's no Phoenixes, there's no Blink Stalkers to keep up with drop play, but you can get into a very fast Robotics Bay. With a fast Bay, fast Colossus. With fast Colossus, that means fast dead Marines. And here comes a hallucination, and we will get eyes and confirm the 3 Racks. Cyan is fully aware of what is coming his way. Should be going for a safety Immortal after the Observer, then straight into Robotics Bay, and then straight into Colossus. And by the time the first Colossus comes out, by the time the army arrives, Cyan is going to shut it down. There's that first Immortal. Again, we do need... Oh, as we get a bit of a pause.
Game paused.
Hopefully everything's okay. Maybe some Uber Eats knocking at the door. Oh, good. Make sure that everything is okay. But yeah, essentially, by the time the push does arrive, Cyan is gonna have, or should have, access to his first Immortal, which would just swat those Marines away. Again, Colossus, sorry, should have his first Colossus, not Immortal. I mean, he's gonna have an Immortal as well. Should have the first Colossus, should be able to swat away the army, and yeah, once the first Colossus arrives, like, Cyan can't really engage. He can't really, sorry, Coffee can't really engage. Coffee can't really engage and touch the army, but we'll see. We'll see how things line up. For now, hopefully everything's okay. Where's my phone? Where's my Google Translate? What's happening? Let's have a look. Google Translate. Camera. What are they saying? Looks like we're having some keyboard issues, I'm assuming. Looks like Cyan actually couldn't pause. That's why he asked for a pause, and he couldn't do it himself. So Coffee had to instead. And okay, looks like we have recovered. Looks like whatever was the issue, looks like it has been resolved, and we are getting ready to dive back into our game. Oh, thankfully. We should be counting down. Oh, get back into it. Ooh, beautiful. And there's that bay that we were talking about. So again, Robo Opener into a very fast robotics bay. Fun fact, back in the day, a couple of years ago, when 3 Raxes was a lot more commonplace, Robo Openers were also more commonplace as well. And Cyan just happened to roll the dice, and I'm sure he's feeling pretty good about this position. Like, Coffee's in the dark. Coffee didn't SCV scout, he didn't Reaper scout. Coffee doesn't know what the hell's going on. Doesn't realize that he's being hard countered. Oh boy. As Coffee's amassing his army, Observer, of course, seeing everything, scouting everything. Cyan will be getting eyes on the move outs. Here we go, the Marines are going to be pushing. You can see Cyan looking to meet the army as well. He has sentries, force fields. Ideally, he's able to cut the army in half here at the ramp. Scan does take down the Observer. We can see Coffee rotating him towards the left-hand side, avoiding the ramp. Good move here from Coffee. Colossus is in production. Coffee does get eyes on the would-be third. Greedy move here from Cyan. The third base is going to be cancelled. Oh! No, we do cancel it in time. At the same time, we're going for a big counterattack with that War Prism. So far, Coffee's been holding onto that stim. Stim has only been used on 1 Marine so far. Yeah, the Colossus is going to be able to arrive in time. Good force fields. It does slice up some of the army. Coffee has to escape. Meanwhile, Adepts say get into the mineral line. SCVs are going down. We're going to get 4, 5, 6 SCVs making up for the cancelled third base. Meanwhile, Coffee is reinforcing, but by the time he does, the Colossus has revealed itself. We're stimming on forward, diving onto the Colossus. We focus it down. Big overextension from Cyan and Coffee. It looks like he has snowballed out of control. That should not have happened. We should have had an overcharge. We should have kept the Colossus alive. And Coffee, he's done it. He's broken through. GG gets called, and Coffee takes game number 1. GG. Oh my god. Cyan, unfortunately, a little bit out of position there. Again, the Colossus was too far forward and should never have been there. Again, Colossi, they need to be in the back line. If it was closer to the base, would have been able to pull it back, would have been protected by the shield battery, by the overcharge as well. Just, yeah, everything falling apart towards the end. Ay. Cyan had the tools to defend, but the execution was lacking, and Coffee able to take advantage of it. Able to take advantage. GG, well played. With that, Coffee is 1 game away, one game away from advancing on to a qualifying match. To the qualifying match. Let's go. Let us go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Solaris. We have our Chinese Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Little Fairy, leading the series 1-0. It is Coffee. And spawning in the top right, we have his opponent. We have the Chinese Protoss, the Blue Protoss player representing Team Mystery Gaming, down in the series, looking to fight back. It is Cyan. Boy, again, Coffee is a very aggressive player, very assertive here, especially in TVP, and typically he goes for a lot of 2-base play. He's not really one to rush into a third, not really one to be too economic, so my eyes are still on Coffee to see how he does approach Cyan, how he does approach game 2. So far, Cyan's scouting for proxies. I don't blame him. Checking for any Raxes. The Rax of Coffee thrown down back at home, where it should be. Everything's looking normal for now. Cyan going for a gate expand, economic opener from our Blue Protoss player. Coffee, once again, is going to be skipping the SCV scouts. He's going for a Rax expand as well, and going for a reactor first. A little bit greedy here. No Reaper first here from Coffee. Is going to be walling up. Depot on the high ground. The probe is going to just get on top of that CC. Just going to be as annoying as possible. Taze away at the SCV. Forcing out another SCV. And yeah, Coffee just going for a reactor into Marine. So this is a really bold way to play. Coffee essentially zero scouting information. He's not really concerned with what Cyan is up to. And it makes sense. Cyan isn't really an aggressive player. He's a lot more standard. When I think of Cyan, I think of just like solid mid-game and macro play. So Coffee isn't really going to be taken advantage of. He's not really going to be abused for this opener. As Cyan once again going for a Robo. Now, I did say earlier that that going for the Robo opener against the 3-Racks was a hard counter. As I say that though, again, that was very much so based on the fact that Cyan would be able to keep his Colossus alive. He wasn't able to, and then the game snowballed out of control. In general, this is just a very safe way to play. To reiterate what we spoke about in Game 1, with a Twilight Council or a Stargate opener, you gain map control. You're able to shut down drop play. You're able to contain your opponent, be very assertive, and just have a presence on the map. That is something that you lack with a Robo opener, as we have a hallucinated Oracle moving out. With a Robo opener, you lack Blink, you lack Phoenixes. You do gain access to faster Colossus, so it's just a very tech-heavy way to play. Very defensive. Early Immortals as well. Meanwhile, Coffee moving out with a handful of Marines. No stim, but there is a shield battery. There's a force field. Oh, sorry, he just hallucinated, but with the shield battery, we should be able to hold on. We're okay. Marines, a threat to dive in. If there wasn't a shield battery, we could break through, but, I mean, with this, we're keeping everything alive. We do focus on the sentry, though. Oh my god, we barely had the DPS for it. Not a bad trade. Getting a sentry for a handful of Marines. Alien tries to slip in. Good force shield. Good wall off there from Cyan. Keeping the Hellion out of the bases. Again, with this, we're getting into our early Immortal, eventually into a bit. Eventually into a Erotic Spade. Again, with our scatter cross map, we confirmed that it was not a 3-Racks this time, so we're actually delaying the Bay, going into a Forge and a Twilight Council. Interesting. I mean, Cyan now knows he doesn't have to rush into a Colossus this game, so we can go into a bit of a different direction. This looks like +1 and potentially Charge. Curious if we're going to be investing into Charge or Blink. Meanwhile, the Mind Drop is coming in. Is going to be deflected. So 3 Widow Mines though in that medevac, looking for a way into the base. We do have 1 Widow Mine waddling into the natural. Ooh, does get a Stalker. He wants the Observer. He wants it. Doesn't get it. Bit of a wasted scan there from Coffee. Aye. Yeah, the drop is going to be forced back. At least Coffee does retain his... At least he retains his Widow Mines. Raven does actually catch that Observer, but the Observer does make it out alive as well. So far, Cyan doing well, preserving his units, working towards his 3rd. He comes across that drop, but once again... Oh my god. Gee, I thought it targeted the prison for a moment there. Widow Mine shot's going to be going up. But so far, good moves here out of Cyan. Good blinks. Does avoid those shots. Does shut this down. Behind this, 3rd CC is on the way. Coffee forced into a longer game. Coffee has been having a much harder time this time. Much harder time in game number 2. Losing a medevac. Being forced back home, and Cyan is looking comfortable. Charge is on the way after Blink. Templar Archives for Archon production. Maybe even Storm. Storms would be nice. That's our splash damage of choice. Again, Cyan, even though in the early game he was stuck at home, he was defending well. He's been defending well. Now he has Blink. That was going to be threatening the main base once again. There is a turret in position, so we have to be careful. Coffee is moving out. The move out hasn't spotted by the observer. As we move out, the War Prism moves in, but Coffee is in position. At least with a couple of units. Gonna force out some micro at the same time, double drop into the main base. Stalkers likewise lying in wait as well. With players having a hard time harassing. Oh, we commit. Move out of Coffee. Does manage to unload. Yeah, not enough Stalkers. We stim on forward. We get on top of the army, but we have the overcharge. One of my shots going to be going off. But it looks like Coffee is running out of steam. He does wedge himself behind the mineral line, but he's forced to pick up. Storm is done. That was scouted. Coffee is aware of the storm. And that War Prism is being such a nuisance here. We've been wanting to expand. We've been wanting to just be free. Prism finally goes down. And the game is going to be settling from here. Coffee, he's taking his third. We have a ring of turrets on the way. It looks like Coffee is turtling. Okay, I mean, something to bear in mind while the Raven harasses across the map is that Coffee, even though he hasn't really been able to do a lot of damage, he has been preserving his units. I will say that at least. Coffee, he has been very careful about pulling back, about maintaining his army. Has bled out a couple units here or there, true, but for the most part, no major losses from Coffee yet. As a result, he's able to keep up in supply. He scans, avoids the drop. Meanwhile, the army is pushing on forward. Coffee out of position. The tank is exposed. Storms as well, and it looks like Cyan, he takes control of the natural base. Big storm into the mineral line and the main army as well. Oh my god. And we still have another storm in the chamber. Third base is denied. 14 SCVs go down, and Cyan, he can keep pushing. Again, no tanks on the high ground. There are a couple of Widow Mines. Widow Mine drop coming in. Decent connections from Coffee. Well, we're pushing it anyway. The Raven. Is going to be able to focus on the Raven as well. We still have a storm. We still do have that one storm available as well. Last for now, we're going to be backing up. Across the map, looks like we get one mine hit. A couple of probes did fall. Ooh, big connections. And Cyan, have we overextended? We do get a storm going. A second storm as well, but we collapse on the army. And can we clean this up? It looks like we do. Coffee barely cleans up the army. Not a bad fight. Cyan did overstay his welcome. And Coffee retakes his third base, but he did lose 17 SCVs. Did lose a lot of workers. That's the downside here. And Cyan is able to take a fourth and maintain his worker lead. 68, almost 69 probes. Nice. Almost nice. There we go. Second rover. Double rover production. The bay is on the way for Colossi. Like, Cyan is just refining his army, getting further ahead. The job coming in. Up. Do we pull away in time? Ooh. We get a handful of probes. 3 probes go down. But last Cyan's main army still looking strong. Still looking terrifying. How many High Templar? How many storms are available? A lot. Too many even. We need some good EMPs. so far. Does connect with the main army. High Templar, though, they still have those storms. Nice feedbacks on those ghosts. At the same time, the Zealot counterattack does run into some reinforcements, is dealt with. Is going to be dealt with. There we go. The first storm has been thrown down. More of them, they do zone away the army. Cyan, tries to wedge his way into that third base. The boys are being pulled into Archon's. Big storms here on the Marauders as well. It looks like we're barely breaking through. We get on top of the Prism. The Prism goes down, but we are losing every single SCV here. There's too much Protoss. Cyan, he breaks the third base, breaks the army. GG gets called, and we are going to the ace match. GG. We're going all the way to game number 3. We got a much stronger start this time from Cyan. Able to shut down the Widow Mines, if you remember. Able to have an amazing fight at the third base initially, where he was able to kill 17 SCVs. His storm timing was brutal as well. And yeah, just really solid play there out of Cyan. Very nice defensive play initially. And with that, Coffee up against the wall, being forced into game 3. This could still go either way. Could still go the way of the Terran or the way of the Protoss. Personally, I would love to see a little bit more of a diverse qualifying match. I would love to see Firefly versus Coffee for another TVP. But at the same time, PvPs are always a lot of fun. Like, I wouldn't be opposed to it. Who is it going to be? Who is going to join Oliveira and all those other invited players in the main event? Who is it going to be? Un momento. Un momento. Ah. It's getting cold. I have to turn off the aircon. Oh, okay, we're back. We are back. We're getting into our next game. And I'm getting tired already. I think the only reason why I'm getting I'm getting tired a little bit earlier today. I mean, we are 4 hours in, but I still haven't eaten any food. Some fuel would be nice to keep the light going. We'll get some food after we wrap up the qualifiers. And here we go. We're getting into the ace match. Game number 3, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkione, we have the Chinese Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Little Fairy, being forced into the ace match. It is Coffee. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Protoss, representing Mystery Gaming, tying up the series 1-1, forcing the ace match. It is Cyan. Cyan able to gain a little momentum in that last game, deflect the initial aggression from Coffee, and yeah, settle into a pretty solid game number 2. But now we're here in game 3, the ace match, and I'm curious how our players will adjust. So far, every game, Cyan has gone for a robo-based opener, and I like it. I like it here, specifically against Coffee, just because Coffee has an aggressive reputation. So to keep going for these early robos, early immortal production, very defensive play, it feels, yeah, it feels very, very akin, very anti-Coffee here. What's anti-Coffee? Decaffeinated? Very decaf, if you will. It's good. We'll see. Likewise, Coffee has been mixing it up as well. Game 1, we did see a 3 racks. We're loading into Alkione. Alkione has a longer rush distance by ground, is known for its defensive features, known for its late game. So, yeah, how will Coffee approach this? For the first time, though, going for a Rax Expand. Not the first time, I should say, but for the first time he's going for a Reaper first. Game 1 and Game 2, Coffee did skip the Reaper. Not this time. Not this time, as we have this TC on the high ground. Coffee, sorry, Cyan, did he see it? He didn't quite see the command center. Did see the racks alongside the building, the racks producing something without the add-on. Probe comes back in, and we do get eyes on the CC. It was close enough. The probe does confirm. So Cyan knows it's not a one base all in. He's aware of that at least. Reaper does pivot back in, threatening that main. But is forced out in the end. Does actually avoid the Adept. Good moves here out of Coffee. Avoids the Adept, gets one probe kill in the natural, slips into the main base as well, and can we get a scout? We will get eyes on the tech of choice. This time, for the first time this series, likewise, Cyan is not going for a Robo, he's going for a Stargate opener instead. The Reaper is hunted down. Did we see the first units? We did! We did get eyes on the morphing in Oracle. There we go, Marines are getting in position, Widowmines as well. Coffee going to be lying in wait for that Oracle. There we go, Widowmine repositioning into the mineral line as well, behind the gas geyser. Making it that much more difficult to see. Coffee from here are going to be expanding. Meanwhile, Cyan is still just building himself up. Ooh, as we are committing to a drop, actually. A Marine and Widowmine drop is moving out. Meanwhile, the Adepts do not shade in, but they get some SCVs. Ooh, 2 SCVs do get caught out. At the same time, the Oracle comes in, but we do have the Widowmine. Big mine shots. Oracle goes down, and now Coffee can focus on his aggression. Get really good positioning with that Widowmine behind the gas geyser. We're pushing in, but again, we have that Widowmine. The mine shot, ooh, will not go off. Very close to very clutch defense from Cyan, focusing down that Widowmine. Meanwhile, reinforcements are pushing across the map. Coffee isn't done. Third base has been spotted, but can Cyan hold on to the third? Here we go. Here come the rest of the army. Coffee pushing up the ramp, but the Widowmine goes down almost instantly, and it looks like we will shut this down. The Coffee? The Cyclone barely does make it out, and Coffee is forced to retreat. If he had lost that Cyclone, he'd be in a lot of trouble back at home. Speaking of, gonna take another stand. Good arc from Coffee. Shuts down the Adepts. Cyan overextending quite a bit. Oracle's going to be moving in. This time, I believe we do not have a defensive Widowmine. No Widowmines back at home. We get into the mineral line. SCVs are going to be going down. Coffee was not expecting this. He was not ready for another Oracle to come in. We get 4, we get 5. Almost 5. 4 SCV kills, a lot of lost mine time as well. Coffee in a bit of trouble, going for the Cyclone drop. Link's still on the way. Still in production. Meanwhile, the army is pushing across the map. We've lost 5 worker kills in the main base to the Lib. Liberator keeping that Phoenix busy. Coffee does pull back. But again, he is causing a lot of chaos. Those 5 worker kills were pretty necessary. I mean, Coffee's economy is not ideal. He's still on 35 workers. So he needed something to go his way. So far, so good. Oracle coming back in. This time not finding as much damage. Coffee able to deflect. Deflect the army in the end. Liberator sieges up in the main base but gets shut down. It already killed 5 probes, to be fair. Already did some damage. It wasn't for nothing. Likewise, Coffee is pushing out. Revelation does get eyes on this as well, so we're going to be able to focus on at least some of the Cyclones. Good blinks out of Cyan. Good mind drop coming in once again. Just doesn't stop. So Cyan is working on a gateway heavy composition. He's got Blink, we've got Charge on the way for +1. He's trying to be very assertive. He dives into that Cyclone once again. Stim still isn't done. Meanwhile, here comes the mind drop. Do we have a reaction? We do not. Oh, big mind shots. 11 probes go down. Cyan's economy is in trouble. We dive in, we get a reactor, we get 2 reactors and a medevac. Pretty good counter damage, but this shot, is it going to go off again? No. It's going to go off again. Meanwhile, Coffee, there we go. Now throwing down a third CC. It's a delayed third, but a third nonetheless. Revelation will shut this down just in time. But we're coming back in. Oh, it's going to burrow it. One more probe. One more probe and a Revelation. Medevac finally going to be hunted down. Here we go. Coffee is pushing. He's revealed to the Zolnaga. We have another mind drop. The mind drops, they just continue. It's a little bit risky, so there's a bit of a give and take here. As this time we do get eyes on this, we do react in time. What is happening is that Coffee has been throwing away his medevacs. His medevacs, oh god, they're getting caught out time and time again. And even though Coffee has been harassing and has been getting some probe kills, his main army is lacking. You can see here, it's actually a little bit overstimmed. There are no medevacs to support, no medevacs to sustain this army, which means every stim is hurting and killing Coffee slowly over time. We're getting back into medevac production. There's 2 more on the way, but again, we have none with the main army at the moment. So that is a little concerning for Coffee. Again, he's been committing quite a lot to these Widow Mind drops, and because he's been losing the medevacs as well, it just hasn't really been worth it. Losing the mines is one thing, the medevacs something else entirely. Here we go. Coffee is pushing. Behind the sign is working on +2, working on a second robo. First robo. Alongside Storm. Sign just fighting his army. Mine. Oh, big mine shot once again. Another Oracle goes down. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, and we just take the mines to the face. Brutal trade for Cyan. Does have to back off. Does have to retreat. Again, he's still waiting for Storm. Meanwhile, Coffee set up with a massive minefield, actually. Ideal against a Zealot heavy composition. A bit less so against Storm, but I mean, that's what the ghosts are going to be for those EMPs. Meanwhile, Cyan taking another base. There we go. High Templar have arrived. Big scan does reveal them. Coffee, he's now aware. Getting ready for those EMPs. Is even pushing right through the center as well. Here come the storms! Oh my god. First one grazes the army, but we have more where that came from. Coffee gonna be scanning. Does get eyes on the would-be 4th. The blinks! Oh, blinks are punished here by the mines once again. We can see Cyan is getting his second robo for double Colossus production. His main army is still lacking quite a lot of splash damage and quite a lot of sustain. So the Colossi are going to help with that, assuming it's Colossi instead of Disruptor. I mean, they both have their place. And the game is settling. The game has been very intense and very back and forth up until this point, but the game is settling down. Now everyone's expanding. Cyan is working on a 5th. Coffee working on a 4th. Ghost production. Colossus. Robotech. Oh, good EMP. Oh my god, that was actually really clutch. Really solid EMP there, predicting the drop of those High Templar. Coffee getting ready to push through the center. Is spotted by all these observers. Cyan getting ready for his other counterattack is scouted. Belt's coming into the natural and the third base. But good positioning here overall. Coffee will shut this down. Likewise, Coffee's own counterattack also gets shut down as well. Once again, there's a bit of a back and forth. We're catching the Stalkers. Oh my god. Stalkers taking a lot of damage. You do have one Storm. Big Zealot counterattack gets caught out as well. Some good trades here from Coffee. But Cyan now has a much superior economy. He's on, what, over 80 workers. At this point, we can stop pro production. Cyan, he's at his ideal. He's at his end game. And now we're getting to 2, soon to be 4 Colossi. Once we get 4 Colossi, that will commence Disruptor production. And suddenly, Ghost and the EMPs aren't as impactful. They're good against Storm and High Templar and Archons. Less so against Disruptors. Disruptors, they didn't care about your EMPs. And oh my, that is a 3rd and 4th robo. We're getting into quadruple robo production. That is not seen too often. We've seen triple robo production, but 4? That's crazy. That's a lot of disruptors. Goal base is on the way. The map is being cut in half. We spoke about Alcyone earlier. It is very prone to these more later game scenarios. Here we go. Cyan is pushing. Cyan is max. Ideally, he wants to trade. He wants to lose some of his supply to make room for disruptors, I'm sure. This Coffee is just trying to turtle up back at home. Cyan rotating around, still looking for a way in. Let's pick up a couple of Vikings, a couple of Widow Mines. Not too bad. Force fields are thrown down. Once again, the Sim City here is so damn good. I love that there isn't just a bunker, but this one depot is doing so much as well, just reducing surface area on the bunker itself. It's really good stuff. Run by is caught out. We're working towards Liberator production at this point. We have our Lib transition from Coffee. Against a Robo heavy composition, just Liberators are king. Liberation is soon to arrive. +1 ship weapons as well. Liberator range. With that fusion core. Which means Science should be working on Sky Toss. And there it is. We have a 2nd Stargate on the way. We have a Fleet Beacon, a 3rd Stargate as well. +1 air attack. Sky Toss is soon to be upon us. We're not there yet. If Coffee's able to take a really good fight first, then maybe we can try to snowball before we reach Sky Toss. But that's the Protoss' answer to Liberators, basically. It's like Tempest, maybe even some carriers. Big Storms! Big Storms on the army. Focus down the Medivacs as well. We're able to trade with some of the Stalkers, but a brutal trade for Coffee. So many ghosts go down. Only 2 units survive, and we have a Phoenix. At the same time, Coffee tries to push through the center, but he's being forced back. Get a good cleanup here from Cyan. And as Cyan bleeds out some units, show us the Tempest. I'm curious if we go into a different direction. I mean, I'm all for Tempest of Carriers, but if we see like Void Rage or something, that's gonna be wild. Scan reveals the golds. Coffee does have eyes on bottom right. Still amassing a bio army. The ship weapons are also going to help when it comes to a Viking transition. Once we do confirm either carriers or Tempest, Vikings will be necessary. So like Sky Terran, Live Viking, Marine Marauder Ghost. So some Liberators harassing here towards the bottom right. We have the shield batteries to support, but up. Okay, we do pull back to the shield battery. Cyan gonna be losing not just the Prism, but that was some High Templar as well. I assume. Is that not gonna show? There were some units in there. Coffee tries to go for a counterattack, but we have storms, cannon, shield batteries in position. Oh my god. And he's ready for any kind of counterattack. And there it is. There are the Tempests in production. Tempest Immortals. 3 more starports on the way for Coffee. So that's going to be, again, for a massive Viking production. Vikings and Libs. Freedom has arrived. Good storm here on the main army. Oh my god. Coffee just taking the storm so that he just doesn't care. I mean, he is breaking through the Colossi. Where are the disruptors? We didn't make any. Oh. That's a little bit scary to actually not have any disruptors available. The reason why I say that is Tempests are good, but they take a while to really get going. So there's going to be a window as Cyan bleeds out units and as he produces Tempest. There's going to be a window before they really hit critical mass where they can really add too much to the army composition. Where disruptors ideally feel that like void. So I'm a little bit concerned for Cyan. As he's pushing on the right. We have Coffee pushing to the middle. Cyan gonna be committing. Gets on top of the lib. Army coming from behind. He's gonna get caught out. Liberation is here. Good storms here, not just on the Bio Army, but also on the Vikings. And the Tempests have been revealed, and now we can chip away at these libs. We have our answer. We have our unit. It is called the Tempest. Good EMP. Vikings are doing what they can. But it does look like Cyan just has the better army at this point. Liberators do reposition. Yamato is on the way. That I was not expecting. We could maybe get into BCs. Maybe. As the Tempest, they're having their way with those lives. They get 1, they get 2. Soon to be 2. First they're coming in. Nice EMP. Vikings, they almost get 1 of those Tempests. They will get 1. They almost get a second. Not bad. Not bad from Coffee. Meanwhile, Cyan is just taking more bases. Maintaining his economy. Looking for another way in. Meanwhile, Coffee is just going mass Viking at this point. It's all about the Viking lib. We can afford to throw away like some Marauders. Marines. Coffee's still trying to max out. Baits out a blink. Colossi laying siege on that mineral line. Tempest, one gets picked up. Yeah, the Vikings, they just bully this army back. We get both Tempests. We get one of the Colossus as well. We send in the storms. Coffee. Yeah, sleep at the wheel. Takes a big storm to the face. Which means Cyan, he can push through. Does have to retreat for now. God, that high tempo. Oh god. Will go down. Don't know if that storm was really worth it. And Cyan is still maxed out. We have 3 more Tempests on the way. Scandals reveal that. We could maybe do with a 4th Stargate. As Cyan is double expanding. He's taking center right and center left. Coffee burning through his bank. Trying to leave for court, but again, it just feels like he's still playing catch-up here. Well, the storm is going to be evaded. Do try to trade. God, and then now we're hitting critical mass with Tempest. Now we're up to 5. We have a 6th Tempest coming out. And these lives, they're just taking far too much damage. The Tempest, they're going ham. They pick off another Liberator, some Vikings as well. He's just being bullied back. Ah. Oh my god, as we don't even lose the Tempest here. Just kiting so well. We're still on, what, 6 Vikings. Still no +3 ship weapons. Again, Cyan has a better economy. But all of this, essentially, as we do pick off 1 Tempest finally, we've been needing some harassment here. It's difficult because there's so much static defense, but whether it's lib harass or drop play, now we have a drop moving out, but this is too little too late. This is something that we needed minutes ago. As we pick away at the army. Like so if you're curious, the downside of Cyan's army is it's very immobile. Like Tempest, like this Immortal Colossus army, it's very clunky, very mobile. You can take advantage of it by counter-attacking, but it's something that Coffee wasn't able to really accomplish too much. Wasn't able to abuse that immobility. Now he's able to catch a couple more Tempest. Big overextension from Cyan, losing 3 Tempest. Stalkers were not in position. Storm is okay. Coffee taking top left. Cyan just denying more bases here as we dive on top of the army. Liberator's going to be going down to the ground. Army snowballing out of control. We take down every single Tempest, but it doesn't matter. What matters now are the Immortals, the Storms as well. And Cyan, he's looking to make a qualifying run here as he's able to break through the army. GG gets called, and Cyan takes the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, Cyan had full map control essentially, was freely expanding, maintaining his economy, taking up into Skytoss, and trading so efficiently with it. And then Coffee was just like at home. He just never had the opportunity to counterattack, to drop, to be active on the map. He tried at times, but more often than not, Cyan was able to shut him down. So really good defensive play out of Cyan. Meanwhile, Coffee was just unable to break him. And with that, GG, well played. Cyan will advance on to a qualifying match, the final series here of the Qualifier. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back of yourselves. We can all just have a bit of a gander here. We can see that, again, earlier we casted Firefly versus Nice, Firefly 2 and Nice, and now we have one best of 3 remaining. It's Firefly versus Cyan. And you heard me correctly. You can check the Wikipedia page yourself, but I believe that every single match, including the qualifying matches, are not best of 5s, they're all best of 3s. That much more brutal. Very brutal. Meanwhile, I'm going to be setting up predictions. Predictions will be set up for the qualifying match for the best of 3. So if you're in the chat, you can get involved. You can get your gamba going. Let's go. So we are going to be going on a short break. Our players are currently conducting their vetos. So we're going to go on a short break. When we return, we will have our grand finals, our qualifying match, our PvP. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the final series of the Qualifier. Welcome back to the qualifying match to determine which of these two players advances on to the main event, to Masters Coliseum number 7. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the red Chinese Protoss player representing his new team, Team Mystery Gaming. It is Cyan. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Chinese Protoss, the other Chinese Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Firefly. And if you are in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on how you think this series will unfold and who will qualify for the main event. Good luck, man. Good luck. As we settle into this. Again, for a little bit of context here, I would say that at this point, both Cyan and Firefly, they are some of the best players in all of China. They are the two best Protoss players in China as well. I think for a long time, I would have said the top two would have been Firefly and Jeshi. But I have to admit, I'm a bit of a Jeshi fan, but I have to admit that over the past 6 months, Cyan has been improving, and Cyan has overtaken Jeshi. I think I have to go that far just based on results, based on qualifiers, based on some big wins and matches that Cyan has been able to take over the course of, again, these past couple of months. And fun fact for those who are maybe unaware, for those who didn't tune into the IM qualifiers that we did cast a couple of weeks ago, both Firefly and Cyan qualified over Korean players, by the way, to make it into IM Katowice. They will be there next year in a couple of months. They will be a part of that big major event. They're both amazing at what they do, but now both players will be clashing. We have a proxy pylon here from Firefly, looking like a proxy. Ooh, I was going to say Stargate. That is a proxy robot. Firefly is committing to one base all in. Now, something I have to also very quickly clarify as well. It's a part of the predictions. This is a best of 3. Best of 3 qualifying match, which is brutal, by the way. Usually qualifying matches are best of 5. But here it's very cutthroat for Masters Coliseum for all regions, including Europe, Korea, including this region, including the Asia region. Only best of 3s. Oh boy. Here we go. So every little misstep, every little mistake will be punished. Meanwhile, with this proxy robot, there should be a war prism. Basically, we're going to be amassing adepts. With this war prism, we can ferry into the main base, and then we can commence immortal production. Meanwhile, this scout is coming in. Cyan is a bit of a diva enjoyer, and Cyan does miss. Oh no! Does recheck and does get eyes on the robo. A good scout here from Cyan. Behind this, defensive robo. Cyan is getting into his own robo production. Shield battery in the main base. He's staying on one base himself. So far, a good reaction. Stalkers are moving out to depower this robo and to intercept the prism. Likewise, adepts have arrived. The prism is going to take a lot of hits. Oh! We just weather the storm. We take the hits to the face. It takes so much damage. The prism goes down, and is that it? We force a recall. Immortals on the way, but that is a big blow here to Firefly. Adepts, they make their way across the map as well. We're going for the sentries. Shield battery will keep them alive, though. Probes are going down. Likewise, no wall. Firefly gets into the main base, but we have plenty in position. Oh, and Firefly, he's still trying to pull this off. He's down in workers, down in economy, down in army. Things are looking bleak here in game 1 for Firefly. Again, losing that war prism was huge. It does slow down the entire all-in. Immortals are on the way. Backup prism as well. Behind this, going for a Stargate. Oh my god. So with that Stargate, I imagine it's going to be Phoenix, not Oracle. Phoenixes will help Micro, help deal with the War Prism, help pick up some of the defensive Immortals as well. Zep's going to be forced to turn around. Immortal chilling back at home. So it looks like Firefly is still looking for economic damage. His ideal here is to get these Adepts into the mineral line. Likewise, Cyan going for his own counterattack. Firefly in position. So is Cyan. But the War Prism will slip in. Gets into the main base, gets one probe. Oh no. But does sustain hull damage across the map. Cyan also slipping in, and very limited anti-air available for Firefly. He has sentries, but sentries, they just tickle the prism. They tickle the units. We get one, we get two probes. Phoenix has arrived, and this is how we deal with the War Prism. The War Prism is going to be forced back. We do have a recall available. No, it's on cooldown. And the Prism is going to fall. A nice pickoff from Firefly, and now we're expanding. We're looking to take a natural. Firefly is looking to try and expand out of this. Cyan going for his own expansion as well. Quickly taking stock at the overall armies, I would favor Cyan. Cyan, he has a better army, he's got more Stalkers, has an even amount of Immortals. Cyan, he could even try to deny this natural. He can just push. And I have to worry for Firefly. Virgo is depowered. He's going to be threatening a counterattack. Cyan will shut down the Robo. Cyan is now ahead in Immortals. Ooh, an upset commit to the shape, but they don't really get much damage on the kill. One probe. One probe, or not even. As we did continue Phoenix production, running that mineral line, and with this, Firefly is actually getting ahead in the economy. He's killing off a lot of probes. 4 workers go down. So very nice damage from Firefly. He also has the faster expansion. He's up almost 10 probes compared to his opponent. Oh my god, how did he get so far ahead here? I mean, he has killed a lot of probes, don't get me wrong. Same time, Prism comes in from behind, and oh, he's still getting more worker damage. Oh my god, Firefly is pulling Cyan apart. Initially, Cyan had a good defense, but this is getting out of hand here as we focus down 12, 13, 14 probes. When does it end? Can we get 16? Oh, 16 workers. An entire mineral line worth of probes have fallen here. Cyan, he's down to 13 probes. He's all in. There's no turning. There's no way to recover. There's actually no way to recover from here. He has less than half the worker count of Firefly. Yeah, we gotta go. 100%. We're just completely all in at this point. It's all or nothing. The all in has been spotted. And Firefly, what does he have back at him? He has 2 shield batteries, soon to be 2 pylons as well. He has an overcharge, force fields. Cyan is up in army supply. And the Phoenixes would be ideal to defend. They can pick off the Prism. They can also crowd control and lift up those Immortals as well. We need these Phoenixes. We can't throw them away. No! One goes down for free. Cyan, he's still in this. The force fields. But Blink is done. We blink into the main base. Phoenixes, they dive on the army as well, picking up whatever they can. Tanking a lot of shots, but Cyan, he's breaking through. One of the Immortals almost gets caught out, but no, it does slip away. And even though Cyan doesn't have an economy, he's got double the army supply. He's depowering the gateways. Gets another pylon as well. Boys are being pulled. Prism's being focused out, but it looks like Cyan has enough. He has enough. He's barely cleaning up the army. Will lose the War Prism, loses an Immortal as well. Who is it? Is it? No! Oh my... Yeah, this is... Cyan, you're winning the fight! Kind of. Now it's not the time, as it looks like we may lose our player briefly here. Oh my god, my heart stopped for a moment. But we may have to rebuild here. Rebuild? We may have to remake from lobby. Rehost. As we're nearing the end of the game, the supplies are pretty close. The boys being pulled, the probes are taking a lot of damage. Remember, Firefly, he can afford to lose workers. He can afford to lose probes, so he's doing a great job at just tanking shots. We have an Immortal in the back line as well. We have more Stalkers being warped in. It's a very, very close fight. And we may have to resume from replay because we have lost the Cyan. not like this. Oh my god. So, yeah, we're gonna have to resume from replay. We're gonna have to resume from replay here. Cyan has disconnected, and hopefully we can bring him back in. Hopefully Cyan only briefly lost internet, and hopefully he can recover and join us again. So fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. So yeah, just a really rough time to lose our player, but we're gonna be going on a short break. Here, and we're gonna be waiting for Cyan to rock back up, and I'm sure he will be available. I'm sure he will be able to join us soon. But yeah, we're gonna have to resume from replay instead, which is brutal as well, just because yeah, that was a really intense fight. That was a really intense moment. And resuming from replay is going to be brutal as well, just because like we have to get into it as quickly as possible, just because it was in the middle of like a really important engagement. So yeah, we're gonna have to go on a short break. When we return, hopefully we have the continuation of this series. Obviously we have a time limit here. We can't wait forever, so hopefully Cyan will be able to come back to us. We'll be back with an update. We'll be back in a couple of minutes with an update on whether or not we can continue the series or otherwise. See you soon. We are getting back into this. We have resumed from replay. Cyan is back. His internet has been resolved. And we are in the middle of this very intense fight here. We're soon going to be getting into our countdown. 3, 2, 1. Then, of course, the in-game countdown as we get back into this fight. And here we go again. Cyan is completely all in. Boys are being pulled. We do have an Immortal in the backline. We have Stalkers coming in as well. Focusing down the Prism. The Prism does fall. But we may have lost the Prism. The Immortals, they still stand strong. And Cyan is still taking a better fight here. Or is he? Guess it's up the Immortal. We trade out the Immortals, but it looks like Firefly, he has too much. He has too many Stalkers. He will clean this up. He will survive. GG gets called, and Firefly will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Again, a very intense fight there, and did in the end go the way of Firefly. Unfortunate that of course we had to disrupt the flow of that game with the disconnect, but thankfully Cyan has returned to us. He did return to us in the end, and we can continue our series. Whew, and that was a wild game. Remember, initially Cyan was looking damn good. He was looking strong. He was looking powerful. He was initially deflecting and defending against the all-in of Firefly, but then the harassment. Came in. The Phoenix harassment, the Adepts as well. Firefly crippled the economy of Cyan and forced the all-in out of him. He never wanted to go all-in. He didn't. That was never really the initial intention, but he was forced into it just because Firefly was just pulling him apart left and right. GG, well played. Firefly takes the first game, and as we get ready for game 2, a big shout out to Night Phoenix. Thank you so much. Quack, Papi, quack. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you enjoyed yourself. I did notice that you were streaming. I think you were streaming a different game before laddering. I think you were streaming something else, but yeah, thank you so much for the support. For those that are tuning in, we just wrapped up with the ESL Cup Asia, just wrapped up with the Asia broadcast, and now we are here with the Asia qualifier of Masters Coliseum number 7, and this is the qualifying match. This is the final series of the broadcast of the night. This is where it all ends. And also, everyone, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. Hope everyone has been having a great time here. Fun fact, here in Australia, we've actually already ticked over. It is Boxing Day here in Australia. It is the 26th, but you know, everyone else in the world, hope you've been enjoying your weekend, enjoying your holidays. Hope you've been able to eat plenty of food. The food is the most important part. And get plenty of presents as well. Spend time with the family and enjoy life. Enjoy the holidays. GG. As we're getting into game number 2 and spawning in the top right hand corner of Alkionia, we have the Chinese Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Mystery Gaming. It is Cyan. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player, also from land of China, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Firefly. We go. In chat, must be a bit of healing. A little bit, yeah. Just, I'm sure. I hope Cyan can shake it off. I'm sure it doesn't feel good, you know, losing connection and again just losing the rhythm of the game. Like it's so jarring, kind of being pulled out and then having to jump back into not just a game of StarCraft, but also jump back into a fight as well like that. It's like it's not an easy thing to do, especially when you have a lot of pressure on you as well. Not easy for either player, to be fair, but I'm sure Cyan was feeling a lot more frustrations just because it was his internet that did fall and did disconnect. So a little bit brutal here, but the show must go on. The series must go on. And so far, we have a 2-gate opener from Cyan, 2-gate opener from Firefly. We are mining through those mineral patches, though. Firefly is sending his probe out towards the right-hand side, looking for a proxy of his own. Now, it is very common to go for a proxy Stargate here in this position. We could even go for something different, like a proxy gateway wouldn't really fit here. It looks like proxy Stargate would make the most sense. As pylon has been thrown down, probe scout is coming in, and what's important is that Cyan is going to scout, he's going to check, he's going to confirm that the second pylon of Firefly is missing. The pylon is nowhere to be found. Cyan's is in his main, Firefly's is not. Now Cyan has to scout and check. He's checking the main, all corners of the main base as well, making sure that there is no pylon. I should be checking the fringe or the edges of the map as well. He's first going to be checking this mineral patch wall, and he should get eyes on the fact that the minerals have in mind, which is his tell that there is a proxy. And once again, it is not a Stargate. Firefly, we've seen it, we saw it against Nice earlier, and we saw it in Game 1, Proxy Robo. Once again, this looks like a prism to drop Adepts into the main, as we have an Adept over. So same build, 2 games in a row for Firefly. Game 1, this was shut down, and Cyan, he's checking, he's looking, and once again, he comes across the Robo well ahead of time. Now, because of the positioning though, just because we've scattered the Robo, it doesn't mean we can deny it. It takes a lot more for the Stalkers to actually get in position. Instead, Cyan going for a counterattack with his Stalkers, going straight for the main. He does come across those Adepts. He's aware. Waits for the shade to complete, and now we're going to be threatening the main. We do have some sentries on the way for a shield battery as well. Oh. And Firefly is committing. We're heading into the main base. Pylon's going to be focused down, but the sentries, they arrive just in time for some force fields. Meanwhile, Cyan, he's in position. Waiting for the dive. Waiting for the prism. Yeah, he's got 4 Stalkers, and he's going to be able to focus down the prism itself. Prism does survive. Adepts, they try to get into the mineral line, and it looks like they will. Looks like probes are going to go down, despite the Stalkers being in position. 3, 4 probes. We're getting a lot of damage, by the way. 4, 5 probes go down, and we threaten another shade. No shot. We're going to get in. We're going to get in. We can get another worker. Another 2 even. 7 probes go down, and we save one of those Adepts. The Prism gets the hell out of there. Behind this, we're getting into double Immortal production. And Firefly does find himself with a nice worker lead. Meanwhile, Cyan responded with his own defensive Robo. 3rd gateway as well, so Cyan, fun fact, actually has more production than his opponent. Cyan, he's going for his own counterattack. He's got the better production. He is down in Immortal. Does that matter? The Immortal is stuck on the other side of the wall. Firefly is racing back home, trying to keep up with the movement here of Cyan. Cyan is going actually towards that proxy. Proxy is going to be threatened. I was really worried I didn't know what to press. As we do drop the Immortals into the main base, so we're going to be forced back. I was like, what the hell did I just do? We're good, we're good. My heart stopped for a moment. As Immortals, again, threatening a dive. Firefly expanding behind this. He has done enough economic damage to set himself ahead. See if he can delay that expansion. Takes down the probe, containing Cyan to 1 base. Initially, it looked like Cyan was counterattacking. Good target firing here on the Stalkers. We do have to retreat. Oh my god, as we just double back in. Just relentless aggression here from Firefly, forcing a recall as well. Pylon is going to go down, depowering one of those gateways. Oh, we do barely keep one of those Immortals alive, and we should save the other as well. Again, a good juggling out of Firefly. He's going to be able to recall back home if he needs to. Meanwhile, Cyan going for his own counterattack. We have plenty of Stalkers in position, and we snipe the Prism. We snipe the Immortals as well. This is huge. This is a massive mistake. Cyan gonna be losing everything. GG gets called. Oh my god. Just too much of a mistake there. Losing the Prism and both Immortals. GG, and Firefly will qualify for Masters Coliseum 7. GG. Cyan just flying too close to the sun there. Did overextend, lost everything. Oh. GG, well played, and yeah, with that, with that, we are done. We're going to be wrapping up here. Congratulations to Firefly. My condolences to Cyan. He did so well for himself. He made it so far, but was not enough, and Firefly will be advancing on. He was coming in as the favorite player, in my opinion. He has been a lot more on fire recently, but yeah, in the end, was a 2-0. As a reminder, best of 3, not a best of 5. So, a bit of a shorter broadcast, a shorter series overall. And with that, we have our qualified player, and we can take a moment here to have a look at the bracket as well. I did want to very quickly have a look at the invited players, actually, if possible. Let's have a look here. As we have a look at the Wikipedia page, and bam! Ah, there we go. So this was the Asia qualifier, the Asia regional qualifier, but we're going to be heading over to have a look at the main event here, because I mentioned earlier that players were invited based on their performances in other SC Boy events like WTL, as well as Kung Fu Cup, and here it is. We have our invited players from the standings. We have Hero and MaxPax as our 2 invited Protoss players. We have Bunny, Björn, Clem, Kior, Maru, and Oliveira. That's quite a lineup of Terran there. Quite a hefty lineup. We have Clem, of course, our most recent ESL Masters Winter Champion. We have Maru, we have Björn, we have Bunny, Kior as well, representing the Korean Terrans, and we have Oliveira alongside them, the reigning World Champion, also going to be representing the Terran race there in Masters Coliseum. Are we missing any big names? Again, Hero Marine is not active when it comes to Kung Fu Cups and WTL, because he's not a part of a WTL team. And he's also doesn't play in Kung Fu Cup, so that's why, you know, Hero Marine wouldn't be here. Likewise, Spirit also isn't really active in Kung Fu Cup too often. He was a part of Psystorm Gaming, no longer, and you know, he was relatively active there as well, but unfortunately just doesn't have the results to be able to actually make it here as an invited player. And from the side of the Zerg, we have Dark, Serral, Shin, and Solar. Very interesting that Raynor didn't make the cut. Hold on, I'm really curious what the standings were like. Here we go, WTL Winter Point standings. Where was Raynor here? Oh no! I was really curious. Where Raynor was. There's Raynor. There's Spirit that we brought up before as well. These are the 2 that, in my mind, would have been above Bunny and Shin. But no, they barely didn't make the cut. Oh my, that was so close. Just barely didn't make the cutoff for invites. This is why it's important to compete in Kung Fu Cup. I mean, Serral has been, you can see here, these empty slots is Raynor not competing in Kung Fu Cups is a little bit brutal. But yeah, the WTL standings, they're very important. Fun fact. Okay, hold on, can I zoom out a little bit? Okay, so these are all the weekly Kung Fu Cups at the top. So depending on your standings, you got points. This is why we kept bringing up that, hey, Kung Fu Cup and WTL matters here if you want to be invited into Masters Coliseum at the end of the season. And at the very end, you see there, WTL regular season. Based on your performance in World Team League, you also get points as well. And we can see that Raynor, he played in he played in multiple Kung Fu Cups, but only one did he actually place high enough to get any points. Raynor, he is semi-regular in Kung Fu Cups, but performance-wise, he isn't able to make he hasn't made deep runs in these weeklies. So WTL on its own doesn't carry you, which is crazy. Bearing in mind that Shin and Bunny, they're not even in this season of WTL. Like they were in Code A, which is where these points come from. Oh wait, no, sorry, they're in Mystery Game. Sorry, they're in Mystery Gaming. I was thinking of Twisted Minds. I was thinking of Classic. Classic isn't here because, you know, he isn't in WTL. But even though Shin and Bunny didn't really accumulate too many points in WTL, they did accumulate points in the weeklies, in Kung Fu Cup. So they made up for that. And even superseded Spirit and Rainer. So yeah, that's why these events have been having a little weight behind them. They've been very important, and yeah, Rainer and Spirit barely didn't make the cutoff. But they will have a chance to qualify. Remember, the qualifiers here. There are a lot of them, and just quickly switch back over. There we go. I say a lot of them. There's one for each region. Very top. We have qualifiers for Europe, Asia, Korea, and the Americas. So there is going to be a chance. There is going to be a chance for Rainer and Spirit to make it. But it's going to be a brutal qualifier because there's Rainer, there's Spirit, but there's also, I mentioned Hero Marine. I'm sure he's going to want to qualify. And only one qualifying match here. So it's going to be a brutal qualifier for every single region. Only one player from each region makes it in. So best of luck. Best of luck. It's 12 players invited and 4 players qualify. So one from each region, 16 in total. So best of luck. Best of luck. Well, with that, thank you so much everyone for watching. Thanks so much everyone for the support. Just catching up with the chat. But yeah, hope everyone had a great time. Hope everyone enjoyed their Christmas and their holidays and their weekend, and of course the New Year's as well. We're wrapping up here for the day. There is ESL Open Cup Europe in a couple of hours. It's in 3 hours time. I'm pretty worn out though. I would love to get some food and take a break. We'll see. I may have a nap as well. I might wake up in time for ESL Europe. Otherwise, I will be here 100% for ESL Americas. I'm going to be here for ESL Open Cup Americas, so don't worry. I'll be a part of that. Europe, I'm tentative. I'm very much so tentative about joining ESL Open Cup Europe. We'll see. We'll see. Pretty tired. Pretty tired, Bobby. So, yeah, with that, thank you so much for everyone watching. Thanks so much for the support. If you want to follow us, if you want to support us, then socials, ! Socials in the chat. You can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. We are all over the place. Again, ! YouTube in the chat. If you want to watch our VODs, we are live currently on YouTube as well. People have been joining us there, just tuning in and checking us out. So, again, we do dual stream on both platforms. Otherwise, thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much for everything here. Again, our next broadcast is going to be ESL Open Cup Americas, most likely. Maybe Europe, maybe. Don't hold me to that. Don't hold me to that. And every day for the rest of this week, Masters Coliseum qualifiers. Day after day after day after day. We're going to be getting into every single region, whether it's Europe, Asia, and Americas. Those are the 3 that are left over to find out who makes it into the main event. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Again, if you want to support us, you know, you can support us on Patreon. Our Patreon is down there to support our tournaments. We have subscription options available on Twitch, and I think soon membership on YouTube. That's going to be a thing that we're setting up coming into the new year. So thank you so much for watching, everyone. Thanks so much for the support. We'll see you guys next time. Hasta luego. Bye. Hasta luego. Hasta luego.